a, a few 100,000 to like below maybe 3 million subscribers. The subscriber count doesn't really matter in this case because a lot of these types of YouTubers have a very high subscriber count, but it's just because they're old. But their videos don't necessarily. Anyway, sorry. Look, this doesn't matter. This is not what this video is actually about. I'm gonna pause Cardcaptor Sakura while I try and talk to you. I did not successfully pause. There we go. Um, I could finish Cardcaptor Sakura today. If I grinded really hard, it would be about five. Well, it wouldn't be even grinding that hard. It would be about 5 hours of anime. But the reason I'd be grinding hard is because I've already watched like 3 hours of anime today already. Maybe even more. I don't know. I could finish it. I don't know. I'm not putting any pressure on myself to finish the show today. I'm just gonna sort of do whatever I feel like doing and feel however I feel like feeling. So I've noticed a trend where the sort of mid to basically what I'm trying to get at, right, is I have this sense that YouTube is on track to return to a little more of an old school um, vibe. And what I mean by that is I think there's going to be a shift from the scripted content supremacy back into unscripted content supremacy. Um, I've noticed a lot of people's sort of relatively low effort vlogs doing well recently. And I think that in large part it's because of TikTok. Because if you look at TikTok, a lot of stuff that does well on TikTok is basically a really short vlog. And it's not even that short. Like TikTok lets you upload videos that are a few minutes long. And in the old days of YouTube, a lot of vlogs were just about, 5 minutes or less. Not all of them, but it wasn't uncommon to see. Um, so as an example, there's this bread tuber called Big Joel, who I'm not a massive fan of his video essays. I've not really watched them very much though, so I can't really comment. However, he has a second channel, which is called Little Joel, where he makes short little vlog videos, and I quite like these. He makes them very regularly. They're just a few minutes long, and they're just about whatever sort of thing pops into his mind. Um, and on the other side, so watching that channel do pretty well and acquire kind of a fan base as a bunch of sort of unscripted rambling content. And then the other thing is I was watching an Uncle Dane video, who's a TF2 YouTuber, and he has been doing. He released a video which is sort of a live gameplay commentary, and in that video, he said that he's planning to make fewer scripted videos and more live commentary videos in the future because that's the kind of thing he likes watching these days. He said that he's kind of gotten bored of video essays and that kind of format, and he wants to sort of return to making live commentaries. And to be honest with you, I've got to agree with him. I've also gotten like kind of bored of the video essay format and am more interested in watching live commentaries. I prefer, having watched all of Uncle Dane's videos, pretty much, not all of them, but all of his more recent videos from the past like few years. I also prefer his unscripted videos to his scripted videos. Um, and like, I think this is just yet another example of denpas being ahead of the world, and me in particular always being too early and too far. Every time I do something, I do it too well, so no one can relate to it, because I take it too far. Because I'm always like this. I always have whenever I have some concept, I never want to like half-ass it. So I always take whatever it is to its logical conclusion, which alienates everyone. Um, like every time one of these videos gets picked up by the algorithm, you can guarantee that the top comment will be like, "Did you record this on a potato?" You know what I mean? Because because of this, you can see what it's because of. Um, uh, so I always take it too far. Also, I make my videos like fucking. This one's gonna be long. I'll talk about that in a bit. Um, and then I'm always too early. So like, uh, I got big into anime, which is a Japanese colloquialism if you're not familiar. Uh, like around the earlier portion of the big wave of Zoomers getting into anime. So I was like one of the earlier Zoomers getting into anime. Um, because I'm just one of the earliest Zoomers. Like I'm about the oldest a Zoomer can possibly be. I'm like some people have called this age range zillennial, but that is the worst fucking word ever. But I really don't relate to either Zoomers or millennials because I don't remember 9/11, so that places me in the Zoomer camp according to the popular definition of Zoomer. So I'm gonna guess I guess I'm just an elder Zoomer. That's what I am. I'm the oldest a Zoomer can possibly be, pretty much. Uh, and I got into anime sort of a few years before, seemingly before it became super mainstream. And every anime that I've gotten into since then, again, seemingly a few years later, it I start to see more and more people liking it. The classic case of this is Serial Experiments Lane, but Azumanga Daioh, Lucky Star have both been examples of that. There's quite a few. I'm not going to go through all of them, but a lot of the time, that's something that happens to me. In terms of music, very similar things. Like the amount of bands that sound like a less distorted, um, cleaned up version of To the Fairest, my album, that came out like 3 years after my album, is actually insane. Um, there's also I started making lo-fi house and lo-fi jungle like a few years before those became real genres that anyone else made, and then they blew up and became super popular. But by then I was already like this is the point that I'm trying to make is just that I tend to be like ahead of the curve, but not in a good way. Like I tend to be what I actually have. Like this isn't a brag. This isn't me bragging about anything. And another thing actually that I wanted to point out that was the big one. The big one is that I'm a bit of a hikikomori neat, right? I don't know if I technically fit into the class of hikikomori, especially when I'm flying to another country, and staying there for months. Although when I'm actually in Estonia, I also don't leave the house. So like, except to like walk the dog. So, but I do go outside for groceries, and I do have friends, although we mostly just chill inside. But I don't really know or care if I fit the strict definition of hikikomori. But I'm, shut-in adjacent is how I would describe myself. A sort of hiki neat, right? Um, at least hiki neat. I mean, I'm definitely a neat. Uh, and then, so I got into that, and I was like almost identifying with that movement, kind of. Um, like a few, for a good few years, and then COVID hit. And ever since COVID, like this lifestyle of being like very online and very indoors and watching anime and playing video games and whatever the fuck, right? Has sort of blown up to become mainstream. And like all of those arguments that I used to make, and people would just think you were insane when you'd say this sort of shit about how like why would you ever go outside when you have a computer? Like is there nothing in the outside world could possibly be as entertaining as what I'm doing right now. Like I know I've been there. It sucks. People suck, etc. Right? Um, like this kind of thing was a bit of a niche, and now it seems to be increasingly mainstream to have a similar kind of lifestyle. Not the same kind of lifestyle as I do because it's hard to pull off financially. Um, but a similar kind of lifestyle has become, and the Zoomers, they call it rotting. They call it rotting. They don't call it being a hiki or whatever. They call it rotting. Um, and it's become sort of a popular thing to be doing. Um, and to be talking about. And before, it's interesting. I saw a post right once on the internet. I don't remember where or who said it, but I saw a post once the and it was, I thought this was a genius post. Someone pointed out that like on the modern internet, a lot of a lot of people have this sort of trend of pointing out how fragile they are and sort of waifish they are. Like we're back in like they're Victorian women, you know. Um, like if you look at a lot of the way people talk about media, where they're like, this song fucking destroyed me. It ruined me. I had cried for 5 weeks after I listened to this song. Like and all sorts of things like this. Like there's a lot of stuff on the internet where people sort of um uh I don't really know what the word would be, but exaggerate, I suppose, the aspects of themselves where they are like very affected by stuff. And part of that is just to make your shit stand out in the noise of the internet. And this isn't like the wokeism thing. This isn't like, oh, and they're exaggerating the pronouns. That's not what I'm talking about. But like the rotting thing is like another example of this, I feel like. Um, I mean, I guess this post isn't particularly smart that I'm talking about because if you really break it down, all it's saying is people exaggerate on the internet. And yeah, obviously people fucking exaggerate on the internet. So I guess it's actually not much of a revelation. But it was, if I can remember the exact phrasing of the post, whatever, listen, fuck you. Anyway, so I was kind of ahead of the curve on like, look at me, bed rotting. That's what they call it on TikTok, bed rotting. I've been bed rotting for before these fucking kids were even had a bed. Um, and now the denpa vlog YouTube style, pioneered by the denpas, again is seemingly something similar to it, but watered down, is gonna, I believe, catch on. Like long form, unscripted content and short, because right now we have long form scripted content, we have short form unscripted content. But I think we're going to see in the future um, long form. There's some long form, but I think we're going to see stuff that's a little more similar to these videos, but not, right? I think it's going to be more coherent and better produced and more interesting and funnier and so on and better edited. But I think something similar is going to start to become popular in the future. I think longer form, unscripted YouTube stuff is going to be popular. And then what I think is going to happen is we're going to have a pendulum effect, where then for the rest of our lives, YouTube videos are going to be pendulum swinging back and forth between scripted and unscripted being the trend every few years. That's my prediction for YouTube. So you guys can quote me on that, and when I'm right, you can give me $1 million. Welcome to laying around watching Maho Romantic Automatic Maiden, which is a show that I bafflingly haven't seen. Uh, I literally thought that I'd watched this. It's bizarre that I haven't seen this fucking show. It's like the most up my street shit ever. It's fucking Gynax. It's about maids. It's about maid. It's Gynax and Shaft, my two favorite anime studios. It's got this classic fucking OP animation that everyone knows because it's adorable. It's like it's like infamous. Everyone loves Maho Romantic, and I thought I'd seen it already, but I guess not. I don't know why I thought I had, because yeah, I don't remember anything about it, given the fact that I haven't fucking watched it. Uh, my memory is fucking shot. Just like that robot just got shot by that maid or um. Do I have anything to say? I'm excited. I'm excited to watch Maho Romantic. Uh, we're just doing anime recently, I guess. I don't fucking know what's going on with me. Something I've been thinking is, I guess I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm enjoying watching anime recently. Uh, but I started watching a bunch of anime because one day I was playing Team Fortress 2 and I couldn't find any good servers. All the servers were just garbage. Everyone was just, I don't know what it is, but the games weren't being fun. People weren't playing in fun ways, whatever the case may be. Um, and so I was like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go do some anime. And since then I haven't played TF2. Uh, so here's my contention. Here's my idea. My idea is because it's not like I quit TF2. It's not like I'm sitting here like I no, I still want to play the game again. Um, it wasn't. It's not like I'm sitting here like TF2 isn't fun for me anymore. That's not the case. But what I was having a problem with is just that I want to do other things than just play TF2 with my life, right? I enjoy doing this. I enjoy watching anime. I enjoy making YouTube videos that aren't about TF2 sometimes. I enjoy making music. I enjoy watching YouTube and doing all sorts of other things, right? That aren't playing Team Fortress 2. When I play Team Fortress 2, it's like too good, right? I just want to play TF2 all day. Um, and so here's my theory, right? Is that I've always wanted to figure out a way to watch anime while playing video games without having to dedicate my life to learning Japanese. That would be the best option. Cause here's the thing. Here's the fucking thing. Like what if there was a way to watch anime on the second monitor and actually be able to watch that anime? Like is that viable in any way? So far, no. I've tried doing that. I've tried just watching anime on the second monitor and trying to gather what Japanese I can understand and look over the subtitles as much as I can, and it doesn't really work. It just kind of distracts. I can't really enjoy the game, and I can't really enjoy the anime. And I've tried just having, watching while I'm waiting to respawn, and that's just annoying because you watch it in like 10-second chunks, and it's like sucks. Um, but here's my contention: what if I put on a show that is really long and I don't care about that much. At least I don't in the beginning. This is the premise. I'm not going to do this right now. I'm going to watch my whole romantic right now. But um, here's the premise. I need a show that is long as shit. Um, I need a show that start. I don't really care about that much in the beginning, and I need a show with a decent English dub. That's the theory. The idea, One Piece. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about watching One Piece dubbed on a second monitor? I know nothing about the One Piece dub. I have no idea. It could be garbage. Could be the worst fucking thing ever. Um, because I mean, everyone tells you to read One Piece, right? Um, but to be honest, like, I just don't want to read that much. I don't know. Manga, I like reading some manga, but I mostly like reading like I don't know. I just something about it. I just feel like I'm not gonna enjoy reading the one like I don't fucking know. Listen, fuck you. Okay, I won't. Do you think that's a reasonable play? That's all I'm asking. Do you think it's reasonable to have One Piece on the second monitor dubbed while I'm playing TF2? Is that something? Is that an insane theory? Because I remember one time I tried watching anime while CS:GO surfing many years ago, many years ago, and I posted about this once on a forum, and my friend there had said, if you watch anime like this, I'm not gonna count you as having watched the anime, right? Which fair enough, because I wasn't, So I don't know. Any opinions? I'm picking One Piece as that show because like it's 1,000 fucking episodes long, meaning each episode is less important. That's my theory. I don't know if that actually makes any sense. Okay, I'm like 90% sure I've seen this first episode before. This is super familiar to me. This I feel like I remember this exactly. Yeah, I fucking remember this first episode of My Whole Romantic. Then why is it not marked on Mal? Did I finish the show? Did I maybe I just watched the first episode and forgot about it and forgot to ever mark it on Mal? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll just fucking see what happens. I just remembered. I just remembered that I have seen part of the first episode or maybe the first few episodes of this show before and stopped watching it, and I remember exactly when and why. I was on my ThinkPad X60 in this very room, and I remember what I'd done was I downloaded a few different shows on my X60 to watch, and I wanted to watch older shows because I thought they'd be in 4:3 resolution on the X60s. It's actually not 4:3 monitor, it's like a different aspect ratio, but it's something similar. And I wanted them not to be HD because the X60 can't handle HD video. It doesn't have a video card that can do hardware decoding for HD video. Um, and I downloaded this show, and I downloaded Comic Party, and I think I downloaded something else as well. But it was something. It was a harem show. I don't remember what show it was though. It was like a 2000s harem show. Um, and I'd watched a little bit of this and then been like, eh, I'm not in the mood to watch this right now. Plus, it's not even in 4:3, and it's like it was like lagging. That was the reason. The main reason was that it was lagging because it was in like 720p, and so I watched Comic Party instead, which was no, was it Comic? No. It was Dojin Work. I watched Dojin Work, not Comic Party. I haven't seen Comic Party. My mistake. Similar themes. Um, yeah, no, I watched Dojin Work instead. That's right. I don't remember how much of my whole romantic I ended up watching, but I definitely didn't finish it. And that makes sense why I didn't mark it on Mal, because I didn't have a real web browser installed, so I couldn't use Mal. That all makes sense now. I had Dillo. I was using Dillo at the time, which is a very interesting web browser, but it can't do JavaScript. Um, so I couldn't sign into Mal, I think, was the issue that I was having, or the Mal wasn't working properly for some reason. Okay, we've solved that mystery. So I'm pretty certain that I'd only seen episode 1, because I don't remember anything from episode 2. So, we're in the clear to watch a whole romantic. This is laying around watching the show that happens in the middle of another show. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about my fucking ThinkPad CPU for a moment. So, ever since I repasted it, I have noticed a difference. And the difference is that if I put my hand where the heatsink is, where the fan outputs heat, it's noticeably hotter than it used to be. And when I feel the bottom of the laptop, it used to be that more of like the heat is more centered on the fan now, which is like here. This is where the fan is. Um, and the fan gets really quite warm. And when I put my hand here, I can feel warm air more than I used to be able to. I used to be able to feel it, but it's hotter, and that's it. It's hotter now. However, so I would imagine what that means is it's more effectively funneling heat through the heat pipe from the CPU. However, it's not actually affecting the CPU temperature. Like the CPU, if it has changed in any way, it's changed by like a couple of degrees. It hasn't, which is bizarre. But it hasn't. It doesn't seem to have really made much of a difference in terms of like consistently reducing my CPU temp below like uh kind of I don't know what. So what I've done is I've installed um a couple of programs to try and throttle my CPU. Because this is a thing on Linux. This is a well-established thing that I had forgotten about until I just remembered it, which is that like Linux doesn't have good CPU power management stuff built into it a lot of the time. Um, like sensible defaults kind of thing. And so it's basically just like running on maximum boost turbo mode all the time, which is probably why it's getting so hot. Now, this has a Core 2 Duo, the best CPU ever made. Um, and the only thing you'll ever need in life. But let's be real here. That CPU is now fucking old, okay? And I've been using this computer as a daily driver for years, and as like not quite a daily driver for years, and it's secondhand. So this CPU has been pumping out power and heat for a long ass time. It's quite possible that it's just degraded somewhat. I don't know much about how hardware works, but it seems the responsible thing to place some limits on its power consumption, um, which is what I've attempted to do, and I can't tell if it's made much of a difference. There's other stuff that I could do. There's other programs that I could be using that are a bit more in depth, where limit I could throttle the CPU harder. I might want to try that out. I don't know. Um, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how things go, I suppose. Wait, actually, I have noticed an improvement since I repasted, which is that it doesn't get any less hot, but it cools down much faster. Once it stops being, once I like, if I play the video, you'll see I have it playing in the background. It's gonna probably spike up to about 70 degrees. Or at least it was doing that before. Um, hold on, I'm not even watching this anime now, which is like bad. But it spikes up to like high 60s, to 70s. In fact, it was at like 80 earlier, but I don't fucking know why that was happening. You know what? But the point is that it basically cools down almost instantly. And it didn't used to be like that. It used to take a while, a little while, not that long, but a short period of time before it cooled down. Anyway, I want to talk about web browsers briefly. So I've been generally speaking just like desperately trying to find a good web browser while simultaneously aware that such a thing is impossible. And the reason it's impossible, actually, I'll just show you. Here it is. Um, I use wget. I'm sure I've shown this in a video before. I use wget to download all 1,217 of the W3C specifications, which have been published at the time of writing, of which web browsers need to implement a substantial subset in order to provide a modern web experience. I ran a word count on all of these specifications. How complex would you guess the web is? The total word count of the W3C specification catalog is 114 million words at the time of writing. If you added the combined word counts of the C11, C++17, UEFI, USB 3.2, and POSIX specifications, all 8,754 published RFCs, and the combined word counts of everything on Wikipedia's list of longest novels, you would be 12 million words short of the W3C specifications. Okay, so that's the reason why web browsers suck. It's because the web is fucked. The W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, have fucked the web over the years by allowing this insane situation to happen, whereby, I mean, this. Okay, so let me get something out of the way that I think programmers haven't. I'm confused whether they understand this or not. Because I would assume they understand this better than anyone because they deal with it on a daily basis, unlike me. But I never hear anyone talk about it. All computer stuff is not real stuff, in the sense that computers don't actually run. Okay, programmers like to think they're dealing with maths, and they are dealing with maths, right? Computer science is a subset of mathematics, and there's a lot to that. But computer stuff isn't real stuff in the sense that computer programs are standards, sets of standards. They are uh, 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 everything is just standards, right? Everything is just a collective agreement to do things in a certain way, right? Like you can say we're doing at the base of everything, you know, binary operations and whatever, mathematical bitwise, shit, and that's true. But how you end up manipulating that data, and how the CPUs and whatever are laid out, all of that is determined by a set of social agreements, right? Everything from the bottom layer of computers about how you do everything is not just maths. It's documentation, right? It's a set of agreements. It's a bunch of people agreeing that when you use this, when you type this into your high level language, it compiles into this, right? And that when you type this in assembly, it means this. And when you get this machine code, this opcode, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all just a bunch of people who have set up codes, like literally codes, which they agree upon beforehand so that it's all interoperable, right? And they could all just as well be designed. And so the people who do shit are really the motherfuckers writing documentation and making the decisions on how these things. Those are the people who are actually making decisions, right? On anything that multiple users are going to be running, like for example the entire fucking internet, or actually the World Wide Web, not the entire internet, the World Wide Web, right? Um, so when it comes to like, programming languages aren't maths. They are social contracts. They are standards that we agree upon, right? All and scripting languages are the same, and like even less complex, like HTML or whatever, right? Uh, like I guess HTML is not really even a scripting language. It's like a markdown language. Like when you write in those, when you write in something like Markdown or HTML and CSS or whatever, to me it becomes very clear affect the extent to which these things are just a set of standards that we agree on, right? Like the reason that any of that works is because there's a protocol and we all have programs that can agree to display, some set of HTML and CSS and whatever in a certain way, right? And uh like whether they get to agree on that or not comes down to what the W3C tells them to do. And the W3C has been exceptionally lenient in terms of the extensibility of these fucking shits and has fucked it. And so basically the web is fucked, right? And it's fucked in part because of that, because there's a bunch of idiots in charge, um, who started off, way too lenient and then just continued to be anyway. It's just absurd. I don't. Do you understand how insane the thing I just tried to tell you is? Hold on, like 114 million words of documentation is too fucking many specifications. So yes, the conclusion that Drew DeVault comes to is that it's impossible to build a new web browser. The complexity of the web is obscene. The creation of a new web browser would be comparable in effort to the Apollo program or the Manhattan Project. It's impossible to implement the web correctly, implement the web securely, or implement the web at all. Now, since this article was written back in 2020, someone has actually started writing a new web browser. And we'll have to see how that goes because I am personally not hopeful. I think it's called Ladybird or some shit. It doesn't exist yet, but someone is so the reason that there's no good web browsers is because the web is too it's just too much. It's just too fucking insane. And then on top of that, because it's the internet, it's full of every single person trying to abuse everything to the maximum extent. In particular, corporations trying to abuse the web to an insane degree, right? Like if you look at a much simpler protocol like Gopher, right? And Gopher is perfectly usable in 99% of cases as a replacement for the web. It's perfectly fine, right? Like you can't do the bullshit tracking and ads and stuff that slows down web pages that you can um in HTML. And in fact, the real thing that fucks the web, in my opinion, it was this decision that it's whoever owns the website, it's the server that gets to dictate how a web page renders on your device, which I think is just an insane fucking idea. It's an insanely stupid idea. Like the way that computers work is that ultimately it is your choice as the end user how your web page displays. That's why, we have that to thank for the fact that ad blockers work. And we also have billions of dollars being spent every year trying to convince people that that's not how things work. That actually, even though it's your web browser rendering the web page on your computer at the end of the day, you actually don't get to make any decisions as to how that is going to take place. So, if you look at Gopher and Gemini, for example, they have a much more, client-sided view on this issue, right? Where like there's no CSS because you as the user get to decide how the internet looks by customizing your own experience inside of a browser, right? um where so you get situations where like I'm just trying to fucking load up YouTube and like it's just so like I'm just scrolling. Look how fucking laggy it is. Now I know I did just throttle my CPU, so like yeah, of course it might be a little bit laggy, but this just shouldn't be the case. This web page is just a fucking list of titles and shit with some pictures. Like this should not lag in any circumstance. This should not lag. Like, what are they even doing to cause this? I don't understand. It's fucking wild. How is the scrolling laggy? I mean, it might. Listen, okay, this might be my own fault. This might be my Vim plugin acting up actually, because now that I'm scrolling without. Okay. Anyway, I'm just mad that the web is so fucking bloated, and we can never go back because these retards at the W3C fucked it because they took a bunch of money from Google and shit. And literally the only way is to start from scratch with either Gopher or Gemini, which are the only two like legitimate alternatives to the web, as far as I can tell. Obviously, there's some stuff that wants to go even more decentralized and radical in terms of being fully peer to peer. I've not seen any of those that like are legit. I've obviously hung around in that sphere and looked at a lot of them, and um, like none of them. I don't know. That's kind of listen. We've already gotten really off topic. I'm supposed to be just talking about web browsers here. Okay, so there's really only two web browsers, right? There's Chrome and Firefox, or Gecko, which is the engine that Firefox uses. So you're either using Chrome or Firefox. If you probably already know this if you're watching my videos. I'm assuming my viewer base is relatively tech savvy, but pretty much every web browser is Chrome. Like Safari is Chrome, um, Brave is Chrome. You're like whatever you're using is probably Chrome, um, unless you know for a fact that it's Firefox, in which case it's Firefox. There's a few Firefox forks. Like on my Mac, I use a web browser called Florp, which is a Japanese web browser that is uh it's just Firefox. It's just a fork of Firefox with a couple of minor tweaks and improvements. Same on this machine. I'm using LibreWolf, which is also what I use on my desktop. Um, Firefox with basically better defaults. Firefox with better privacy focused defaults, and then I have like a custom user.js. And as you can see from the fact that like this bar at the top is all one bar, like if I open a new tab, you will be able to see it better, I think. Um, have a little custom user chrome.cs to make it look a bit prettier, maximize my screen real estate. Um, which is nice, something nice you can do in Firefox. But you may be aware that for a long time I used a web browser called Qt Browser, and to this day, Qt Browser is still my favorite, like mostly fully featured web browser in terms of functionality. Qt Browser is a very customizable. It has a big config file. Everything is just held in this one giant config file that's a Python script, um, and it's so ridiculously like you can change everything about it, and it's not that difficult. The default like example config is super well commented, so it's pretty easy to wrap your head around. It's like, and it's all the idea behind Qt Browser is it's very minimal, and it's based on Chrome's engine, I believe, but it's supposed to be very minimal and keyboard focused, which is what I want. On this computer, I want it to be keyboard focused. It's supposed to be all Vim key binding type shit, and that's very nice. And I fucking love Qt Browser. So why am I using LibreWolf? Well, the answer is very simple. Qt Browser does not support extensions. It has built into it a basic ad blocker, but that ad blocker is too basic. It cannot block that many ads. It kind of sucks, basically. It's not as good as uBlock Origin, and the modern web is just not usable without uBlock or without a competent ad blocker. For example, it won't block YouTube ads. Qt Browser has never blocked YouTube ads. for me. For some people, arbitrarily, it seems to block YouTube ads from what I've read, but for majority of people, Qt Browser does not block YouTube ads. And this used to be fine because you used to be able to just use Invidious to get around this. And so that's why I used to use Qt Browser, because I would just use Invidious, which is, if you don't know, an alternative front end to YouTube. And Invidious is amazing bit of technology. It's somehow has all of the features of YouTube, but it isn't absurdly bloated. It runs nicely. Uh, and so I sort of stopped using Qt browser for a while because I was using my Mac and my desktop, and I didn't have that browser installed. And lo and behold, I come back to discover, excuse me, to discover that Qt browser, that Invidious is kill, basically, pretty much. That YouTube has implemented something to block services like Invidious from working properly. They get throttled like crazy. I mean, it was already bad. Like, I'd already seen them have to make some workarounds, but now it is just like absurd. Like, YouTube will just completely block them, like different instances. It will throttle them like crazy, so videos load super slow, and it just makes the whole thing pretty much unusable, or just like not great. Um, and so that makes Qt browser pretty much unusable, because being able to visit YouTube is like the bare minimum that a fully featured web browser should be able to do. And if Qt browser can't block YouTube ads, then there's no reason to ever use it. Um, like, you remember YouTube, like not that long ago, had started like detecting ad blockers and telling you to turn it off. And getting around that with purely user scripts is, look, the point is that Qt browser is many things, and it's amazing. I love the way it's configured. I love everything about how it works. And the fact that it's developed by just one guy in his free time is amazing. Shouts out to the compiler, the developer of Qt browser. You know, it's a wonderful, miraculous piece of software. And I don't want to shit on it at all. Okay, it's not their fault that Google is an evil company. It's not their fault that the W3 consortium are a bunch of idiots, okay, who let it get to this fucking point. If I don't want ads to display on when I'm rendering a web page, then that's my goddamn right. And letting me not do that is insane. Uh, anyway, the point is that Qt browser, because of the ad blocking issues, is not a viable web browser for the modern web. It's a damn shame. It was for a while. You used to be able to play YouTube videos with MPV very easily. Then YouTube started throttling you if you did that. Then you used to be able to use Invidious. Then YouTube started fucking Invidious over. Now there's some sort of workaround where you can skip ads and with a user script. I haven't had any success with that. YouTube detects it as an ad blocker and tries to ban me from the website. Um, so, it's an arms race, and the developers of Qt browser have other priorities. They want to make a good web, right? But Qt browser is excellent, and I definitely recommend it if you're someone who doesn't, if you like have any use case where you don't need to reliably watch YouTube without ads. For literally everything else, it's my favorite web browser. It's the best one. If you need a keyboard focused web browser specifically. Um, but unfortunately, I do watch YouTube quite a bit. So I would like to have my ads blocked, please. Uh, so, other web browsers that exist. Well, as I explained, there's only really two. There's Chrome or Firefox. But I said there's only really two fully featured web browsers because my other favorite obscure web browser is not a fully featured web browser, but it's called Dillo. And it's not fully featured. It's very much not fully featured. It doesn't support JavaScript. It doesn't even support iframes. Um, it's very, very lightweight. And that's why I love it, because it will run on my X60, extremely well. Every web page renders in half a second instantly because it's just text and images. I think Dillo is it's really nice. Dillo is a really nice, really simple web browser that I think is heavily underrated. If you want a little stopgap in between the purely text only web browsers like W3M and Lynx versus the fully featured web browsers Chrome and Firefox, I think Dillo is the perfect middle ground. There are others in the middle ground, for example, Suckler Surf, which tries to be more fully able to render web pages like they're supposed to look, but Surf doesn't have proper ad blocking, so that's that's not a thing. It's not going to work for me. Um, it's the same for there's one called VimB, which is another minimal Vim. Anyway, so the reason why Firefox is or LibreWolf in this instance is worse than Qt browser is very simple. Other than the fact that it's bloated and harder to configure, right? Like Qt browser is great because it has only the features you need and it's extremely easy to configure and extremely configurable. Everything can be a keybind. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff in the config file because the config file is a Python script, so you can do all sorts of crazy shit if you want to, but you also don't have to. It's great, right? Uh, if it had better ad blocking, it would undoubtedly be the best web browser in existence. Um, anyway, uh, the reason why it's superior to Firefox in many ways is that in Firefox you can use a uh, add-on like I have to add Vim key bindings, right? Uh, the original one that existed used to be called Vimperator. Then there was some other ones. There was one called Tridactyl. There's a few, but the one I use now is called Vimatic. Um, you can see, and it does what you want it to do. You can open a web page and do all the scrolling, and you can use hint mode to select a thing without using a mouse, and it's excellent, and it does pretty much the sort of thing that Qt Browser does. However, because it's an add-on, there are a few problems with it. For example, smartly, Mozilla has blocked any add-ons from running on certain web pages where it could be dangerous. Like, for example, the Mozilla add-on website, addons.mozilla.org. You can't run any add-ons while you're on that web page, presumably because you could make a malicious add-on that would install something else from there and, fuck you, which is reasonable. And also any of the configuration or settings pages within Firefox add-ons won't run, which again, completely reasonable. That would be a huge security risk. However, it means that on those pages I can't fucking use Vim keybinds, which is kind of annoying. Now, in Qt browsers, it's an issue because all of that stuff is just configured in the config file instead of in a GUI, which is nicer. But anyway, the other thing, in fact, what gets to me, what actually has an impact more regularly, is because it is. I don't know how Firefox works, but the if I open a new tab right now, look, it won't let me switch back until the web page loads. Basically, the add-on doesn't load, like the add-on doesn't start working until after the web page is rendered. So now I'm trying to switch tabs, but it's not doing anything until the web page finishes loading to a certain extent, and the add-on actually starts working. And that just makes everything feel super unresponsive. And that fucking sucks. And there's nothing you can do about it because it's just how Firefox works. Um, yeah, I don't know. Everything kind of sucks. There are no good web browsers because the web is busted. The web is fucked. Um, and I really wish there were more people posting better stuff on Gemini, which is why I need to push for it harder. I need to make more videos where I shit on the Fediverse and alternative social media and push for the one true alternative social media, which is that we all have. And it's not necessarily that you, as I've explained before, like, it's not that you can't do good on the web. I have a website. I know a million really good websites that are very simple HTML and CSS or a little bit of JavaScript. Never hurt nobody. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit for some good functionality. No one has a problem with that. Everyone loves that. We all love it. It's not that that's bad. It's that when you allow for people to do bad shit, people are gonna do that. They're gonna do the bad shit. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. You give companies like you give us the ability to write a nice little program that lets you do a comment section under your blog, and then a few years later, you know, fucking Google knows where you live, right? Like it's just annoying. Uh, so it's I don't fucking know, man. I don't have to complain about this to you. You guys already know all of this, but I need to push very hard. That's another thing I need to get set up is my news boat. I need to get my RSS set up on this computer, which I haven't done yet since reinstalling Linux. Um, yeah, you know what the fuck it is. There's no good web browsers. I've looked. I'm trying to think if I've missed anything. I was about to end the recording, but I'm trying to think of it because I've tested a whole bunch of web browsers. I've tested more web browsers than anyone else in the world, and yet I'm back on Firefox because, yep, all the other ones don't block ads properly. Okay, so my whole romantic. So far, I'm on episode 4. I know it looks like everything's the exact same as the last time I recorded this, but it's actually the next day. Not that you guys would ever know. Not that I would ever know what day or time it ever is, because it's always the eternal night in here. But my whole romantic. Let's see. Personally speaking, I'm not entirely in love with this show. Now, there's things about it that I like so far. Okay, we've done 4 episodes so far. I'm not entirely in love with this show. There's things I like about it. There's also things I dislike about it. I think the show looks great. I think it's animated extremely well. Not in terms of there being just a ton of frames, but in terms of posing and stuff like that. At the end, this is what I'm talking about when I'm trying to say that like limited animation doesn't necessarily mean the same thing as bad animation. This show has really dynamic posing, really natural character movement. It's just general. I mean, it's Gainax, It's just good. It's just really good animation, even if it's not super framey, and that's fine and cool and good. Another thing this show has going for it is character designs. It has excellent character designs, um, and generally speaking, just the art overall is very good. The directing is also pretty good. The music is fairly generic. Okay, let's talk about what actually matters, which is the writing. Okay, the show is okay. The show is a fairly generic magical girlfriend genre show, which, you know, I say fairly generic. It's actually extremely generic to the point of being kind of boring. Now, I'm aware that this is like, okay, you could, I could hear someone saying, right, like, oh, but it might seem tropey, but it invented the tropes, but it fucking didn't invent the tropes, okay? Urusei Yatsura was doing the same shit like a decade before. Actually, like 2 decades before this show, almost 2 decades. Um, like the tropes were already well worn and well established by the time Maho Romantic came out, and it doesn't really do that much to comment on the genre or make any effort to distinguish itself. Most of the time, the plot of each episode is kind of there's also a lot of fan service in this show. I guess that's kind of where it's trying to stand out. Is it's a bit more fan servicey than the typical magical girlfriend type anime that you would see, but and the fan service looks great, but it's also like not that interesting. Like it's mostly it's not it's as in I'm not someone who's anti fan service. I'm pro fan service. But I think that fan service, just like any other part of a show, can be done in a way that's interesting or in a way that's boring. And if all your fan service is you just show a character's tits from time to time, that's not very interesting. It doesn't really add anything to the show. Um, and so, that's basically what Maho Romantic does, and it just kind of feels like cardboard. It doesn't really have it just doesn't even really register on any sort of emotional level. Um, there's nothing really that interesting about the world, right? Like there's sort of a sci-fi gimmick. There's like a sci-fi alien twist gimmick, right? The Mahoro is like fighting aliens occasionally from time to time, alien robot things, but they're very generic looking alien robot things, the sorts of thing you've seen in like every single anime when they needed sort of generic kaiju thing to fight. Um, like they don't have very interesting designs. Uh, the combat, like the actual fight choreography, is I guess like sometimes it's cool, but I don't really go in for that kind of thing anyway. Like it's not something I super care about, and it just kind of seems like this is a show where they've sort of mashed up a couple of genres. They've taken like, hey, we want like kaiju fights and we want magical girlfriend stuff, and we're gonna sort of mush them together so that otaku can have both of them and then see some tits at the meantime. And it's like I get it for an otaku in 2001 how that could have been appealing, but also it feels like this show would have become outdated in like just a few years after it came out in terms of the style of sort of moe it's going for. Um, Now in terms of character designs, that's not the case. Um, but this is made like super early days of the moe boom before the moe boom was even really the moe boom yet. Um, and so it's kind of like it's almost proto moe. It's almost proto moe, but it like I don't know. It has this like '90s cute girl thing going on, like '90s moe. I guess it wasn't necessarily called moe back then. I don't really know, but it has this '90s vibe, which has never really appealed to me. Not in terms of aesthetic. I like the '90s aesthetic. I'm talking about the style of writing female characters in the '90s, which is just kind of it's hard to put my finger on it, but it had definitely a sudden shift you know, after this kind of era, like, slightly later on in the 2000s, there was a shift which I think was brought about by visual novels. I think that's my theory. Um, I don't know all of the history behind that. I haven't deep dived that or done much super deep research on that subject, but there's a distinct I don't I it's something about like the klutziness. There's something about the I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know what it is that changes between the 90s and the like moe boom with terms of cute girl characters. But there's something shifts in terms of the way they're written, where this feels outdated. But not necessarily that that's like a, it feels of its time, I suppose would be a better way to put it. And, but it also feels like a bit of a transitional period. I don't know, it's kind of interesting as a historical thing, but I don't know if it actually makes for a good anime. Oh my god, bro. I just spent fucking forever. I was gonna do a segment. I was gonna record a segment on the Dillo web browser, one of my favorite web browsers. I was thinking, a normal person would just make a video about Dillo, but my video about Dillo is gonna be in the middle of this other video about other things. I thought that would be kind of funny. So there I am on Dillo fucking around, and I go check my own website, which I've done numerous times, and every time I'm frustrated because the the website is like right up in the fucking corner, and it's not supposed to be like that, right? Like it's supposed to be padded and in the middle of the thing, you see? And this was a good thing because what I've done is I've changed. If you want to see what this used to look like it wasn't working properly on this web browser, as you can see, for some reason, because I was using some like non-standard custom stuff, and I've just redone this like title navigation bar in like a more standard browser agnostic simple way, which looks a little bit worse, but it will it improves the um, compatibility with older browsers. For example, Dillo. Um, if I go on Dillo, you'll see that where I've changed it, it shows up nice and in a row, but on like the blog page where I haven't changed it, it doesn't show up nice and in a row. And the reason but anyway, that was just a very small thing. The thing is that's fucking bothering me is like, why is it all shoved up into one fucking corner? And like the reason is because the style sheet. Basically, I was fucking around with it for so long trying to figure out what does Dillo not support in the style sheet? Like what's going on? Lo and behold, eventually I figure out, you know what the fucking problem is? Dillo just doesn't support style sheets. But it does. I feel like it should be able to load embedded CSS. I don't know. It just doesn't support linking to an external style sheet. It's fine if you put the style just in a style tag in HTML, but it can't do the like link rel and then stylesheet.css like you would, which is the correct way to do it, by the way. That is best practices because that way you just have one style sheet file. But no, Dillo has to be fucking stupid and it can't comprehend that you're linking to an external style sheet. So actually, all of my problems were coming from something that I was actually doing right and Dillo does wrong, which is something that I would like to include in my review of the Dillo web browser. Because really, that shit is not normally. Like if you look on their website, I was like, how come they get nice padding on the side of their page, but I fucking don't? And the reason is because they just have, if I view page source, um, they just have like a style tag like embedded into their HTML. Um, which is like fine. Like there's nothing strictly wrong with doing it this way. It's just that if you have a website with lots of pages, you have to copy paste this every single time, right? Rather than just having one style sheet file that applies to you can sort of apply to whatever you want. Um, they're both technically valid ways to go about it. Um, I don't think I'm gonna fuck around. I don't know. I need to now fix my website, but whatever the case, whatever. This is now a video about Dillo. So Dillo is a great web browser. Let's just close it and reopen it so I can show you from scratch. Uh, Dillo. Nope, I somehow spelt it wrong. Dillo. Okay, so this is Dillo. It's a sort of minimal web browser. Let's visit the Dillo website. It's a fast and small graphical web browser with the following features: multi-platform, written in C and C++, influence its own real-time rendering engine. That's the important part. It's not Firefox or Chrome. Low memory usage and fast rendering, even with large pages. Very true. It runs lightning fucking fast. Anyway, you get the picture. It even supports HTTPS, right? Which is crazy. Craziness. It supports HTTPS. It's wild. Um, and it's all good shit. It's all very good shit. And if you look at the user manual real quick, um, you'll see that it supports a subset of HTML and CSS. It doesn't support JavaScript, and it only implements some elements of HTML5 and CSS3. So that's a pretty big deal, right? The fact that it doesn't support JavaScript means that most complex websites aren't going to work. You know, I've never tested if denpa works. Should we find out? Well, look at that. Here we are on denpa. I mean, we can browse perfectly fine. The website seems to think I'm a phone though, which is a little bit of a shame. But we can browse. Can we post though? That is the question. Um, I don't know where to. I don't know how to post in such a way. I mean, like I'll just go on my other. I'll just log on to the admin and delete delete my own post in a second. But if this works, let's actually just try preview. Working. Reply. Warning: this page uses non-stand meta refresh tag. The author wanted you to go here after 2 seconds. It'll work. You can, in fact, post on denpa with no JavaScript. I didn't know that. Well, I've got to go delete that now. Okay, I've deleted that post. So let me just give you a quick tour, and I'm gonna do this real quick just to make everything a little clearer. So this is Dillo. In fact, let's just head back to the little home page. Just as like I don't know, just a random background. So we got a little menu here that gives you some drop-down stuff, pretty typical stuff for a web browser. Then you've got the URL bar. This is not an omnibar. This is just a URL bar. If you type something like Google, I don't know, it's just gonna think you're trying to go to HTTPS Google. All it knows how to do is append HTTP and HTTPS. It doesn't know how to do any searches because there is another search icon over here, right? This is how you search. It brings up a little pop-up, and you can search with DuckDuckGo or any of these other things, and you can also add other search engines with your config file, your DilloRC file. You can modify the search engines you want and how they work and stuff like that. And then you've got a back button, a forward button. You know, with if you click, you can see extra stuff. You can set a home page. So I have it set as this page actually. Reload, save. That's you can save the HTML file. This would normally be like refresh or whatever. And I mean this. Sorry, if I you know what a stop button does. You can figure out what a stop button does, and then you have bookmarks, which I don't have any bookmarks set up right now. But I will set up some bookmarks soon. And tools. So you can enable or disable remote CSS, whether it should have like load CSS at all, because one thing Dillo lets you do is it lets you, I don't know why it can't focus because of this like screen fucking thing. This isn't working. Hold on a second. I don't know why it's having so much trouble focusing. But anyway, the tools, you can tell it whether or not to load remote CSS, because you can actually can make your own CSS file, uh, and it will just apply that to whatever website, which is something I really like. You can use embedded CSS. I don't know what that means. You can decide whether you want to load images or not. You can just turn off images entirely, then there's no images. And you can decide whether you want to load background images or not. So if a web page has an image as the background, and of course you got force HTTPS, and then this panel size, which just changes the size of the panel at the top. Normally I just have it on tiny because it just puts it all in one bar, and it is, I think, the best option in my opinion. So that's how Dillo's going to be working for you most of the time. So what sort of things can you do? Well, don't try and load anything too complicated, for a number of reasons. I think this fact that it can't do style sheets is actually so fucked. Like, why can it not do that? You would imagine that being able to just tell the browser, hey, there's a style sheet here, shouldn't be too hard. I don't know. Like, if I go to my website, like, you see how it just has link rel style sheet href, and mine's called zebra.css. I don't remember why it's called zebra.css. I made it like years and years ago. Like that, surely that is not that complicated to implement into a web browser to be able to comprehend this. So I don't fucking know what that's about. But if I go to a website, let's see, what's a good website? Like Wikipedia. Let's go to Wikipedia. Um, we can search Wikipedia, right? If I remember correctly. I don't know why it's kind of bugging. There we go. We go to Wikipedia. Let's just search for like, I don't know. Let's search for denpa. That's funny. Here, we can be on Wikipedia, and as you can see, the fucking style sheet doesn't work. Even on Wikipedia, the style sheet doesn't work. But the web is still generally readable. You can read about Bishonen. Let's read about Bishoujo on Wikipedia. Look, there's a Bishoujo right there. This bitch is from Shuffle, right? I think. I believe this is a girl from the visual novel Shuffle. I think. No, I think I might be wrong about that actually. Yeah, the uniform's different. I don't know what that goes from. But if you go in, the thing that I like about Dillo is it is extremely basic. It's extremely low memory usage and so on. And so on older devices like my X60, it is a fucking lifesaver because I don't really want to, like, I've often found that browsing the web in a terminal kind of sucks. Like, I like to have um like a GUI and be able to see images without using hacky image stuff in a terminal. Like, I just find that having a GUI um is nicest when I'm browsing the web, but like I obviously don't want it to be super complicated. And the fact that this runs on literally anything and is so lightweight is really nice. It's a good, I already said, it's a good stopgap between like a text-only terminal-based web browser and a fully featured GUI web browser. Um, the fact that it can't do JavaScript and a bunch of other stuff is, like this padding issue, I could fix this if I just wrote. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna actually do that real quick. All right. Well, I've run a little. I mean, I just copied my style sheet from my website, which means my website works flawlessly now. Hell yeah. Okay, maybe not that flawlessly. I actually broke that myself. That's not even Dillo's fault. The fact that this is broken, I broke that myself. And anyway. Um, one nice thing about Dillo is there are plugins for like Gopher. Look, here I am on Gopher. Can you see this? I'm on a Gopher site right now. There's also Gemini and Spartan. Um, but here we are. Uh, the SDF member Vlogosphere. Look, we can head over to the some SDF Gopher space. Check out a random person's Gopher. Um, Here we go. We got some random person Ricky Squid's vlog. See what was going on in August 2022. So it's just about like baseball or some shit. Kind of see what I mean? This is what the fucking internet was meant to be. This is what the fucking internet was meant to be. Some random guy talking about baseball. Guardians at Mariners on 8/28/2022. They call me sports watcher. Sports watching. They call me sports watcher. Guardians at Mariners. Robbie Ray pitched a beauty in the M Series winning game against AL Central, leading Cleveland. Dylan Moore went yard for 3 runs, and Ty France, hit a solo shot for the other one. T-Mobile Park in Seattle seemed rocking, and a pretty day on Puget Sound. This is what the fuck I'm talking about, guys. This is what the internet is supposed to be. Let's go to some other person's Gopher. Let's just head to the. Who are you? Who are you? I like this. I saw this too. 4 a.m. I saw 4 a.m. Gopher Space. The 4 a.m. Gopher Space. Thousands of Apple II crack write-ups. Are you saying this? Apple II original Apple II games, utilities, and packs. We can look at some original Apple II game. Look, hundreds of games at your fingertips. Um, so long as your fingertips are on an Apple II. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. These are real motherfuckers. These are real people. These are real people. You've never seen real people before. This is new to you. This is new. Plain text is beautiful. I know this guy. Gopher, in this case, is an information service. Boom. Okay? These days, I have a Gemini space, which I keep. You know what? I'm going to actually just show you guys my Gemini space. So, this is my Gemini. It's Slice of Life Emporium. sdf.org/Uno. I haven't posted here for a while. Also, you're probably wondering what the fuck this is. Um, on a web browser that can render text better, this is an ASCII art of Chino from Gotcha User. But I've done a couple of anime reviews on here. This is my review of Hoshizuku Telepath, for example, which is kind of bad. Like, there's a few like spelling mistakes and like weird grammatical errors because I was just kind of writing it really fast. But anyway, look, Gemini. It works on Gemini too. Now, I want to briefly talk about go for Gemini and Spartan. Spartan is something I haven't checked out at all. So I don't really know much about Spartan. I'll have to do some research on that and get back to you in a minute. But when it comes to Gopher versus Gemini, uh, honestly, originally I was like, well, it's gotta be Gemini. Gopher is fucking boring. Gemini is cool and epic, new. But like these days, I don't know. I don't know what I think anymore about Gopher versus Gemini. I like Gemtext. I like Gemtext as a markup format quite a lot. I think it's good. I used to be kind of annoyed at the like no inline links thing, but now I feel like it gives Gemini its own aesthetic that I kind of appreciate. Um, but anyway, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I don't know how important TLS is to my daily experience. We're gonna send today's bundle. Um, yeah. 1981. Just that. There's a lot of songs with this drum beat. I'm gonna go to the bass. Oh, live. This is DuckTales. No? Isn't this the DuckTales opening? There's a million songs that sound like this, to be honest. But I really immediately heard Life is Like a. And let's just say that the next word I heard in my head was no hurricane. What song sounds like this again? I can like vaguely hear it in my head. I'm gonna have to skip. I feel disappointed. I've missed Pa now, but I'm gonna have to skip to Electric Carpet. I know this fucking song. I know this song. I've definitely heard this song a million times. I just can't remember the lyrics. Ah, hold on. I gotta keep listening to it. It's like, is it? Fuck, man. I know this song. I know this. This is so annoying. I know this fucking song. I know this fucking song. Is it I Get Up? There's no way, right? What? Isn't that how it goes? Like, I get up. Is that a different song entirely? I know this fucking song. I've known it since the bass. I just can't remember the lyrics. I haven't heard this in so many years. Fuck, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. You turn my dreams into reality. I'm gonna have to lose. I'm gonna have to lose. This is You Make My Dreams Come True by Hall and Oates. We're gonna listen to it now, just briefly. We've all heard this song a million times. That's embarrassing. I didn't know. I couldn't. How am I supposed to know? I didn't know. I didn't know who made it. I couldn't remember the lyrics. It was just like in the back of my mind somewhere. It was a pretty poor showing, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, I did not do that very well. I'm gonna be completely honest, okay? And this is kind of embarrassing to admit on camera, but I'm gonna admit it anyway because I trust you guys. Um, Let me pause this. I've never really figured out Git. I don't know how to really use it to like manage my own repositories. Like I have a GitHub where I keep some stuff, but I just upload stuff through the web interface. Like I don't use Git to manage my Git repo, which is probably bad. And no, it's definitely bad because it's led to a bunch of problems. But most importantly, like I don't I need to host my dot files on Git because the ones I have on there right now are like outdated and bad. Um, uh, and I don't really know how to do it. And when I've tried to look up how to do it, like it's weirdly hard to find information about it. Uh, so I don't know. Regarding, welcome back to Laying Around Watching. Fucking Laying Around Watching. Regarding this show, Maho romantic. To be perfectly honest with you, it's not very good. I'm just gonna have to put it out there. I don't really like this show. I find it to be quite boring, in my opinion. It has a lot of slice of life elements, right? It's very slice of life heavy, but that's not a problem. Typically a slice of life show is carried by atmosphere. You gotta have at least one, preferably two of these: atmosphere, comedy, and moe, right? Whereas this show doesn't really have that much going for it in terms of atmosphere. It doesn't have anything unique or special in terms of atmosphere very much. It's not very funny. There are a few good jokes from time to time, but most of the time the jokes don't really land. And there's only really one cute girl in the entire show. You know, it can't really carry itself, in my opinion. It just doesn't have any aspect that's strong enough to really make me want to keep watching. But I'm like on episode 7 now, and I'm thinking, well, I may as well just sort of, fucking burn through the rest of it. But I don't know. I don't. Yeah. Just know that I am disappointed by this show. I'm legitimately just not even enjoying this anime at all. The jokes aren't funny. The characters are annoying. It's boring. Nothing happens. But when things happen, they try too hard. They're trying. They try too hard to make things happen when they want things to happen, and the things happen badly. It's just a mid-tier harem show, and like it's mid-tier for a harem show, which makes it bad compared to the general possibility space of options of goodness, right? Because harem shows are already mid tier as a genre, and mid tier on a harem show is like below. Do you know what I'm trying to say here? The curve, the curve is like that, It's got a peak. It's not a bell curve. It's not a normal distribution. It's like most harem shows are garbage. You know what I'm saying? Most harem shows are garbage, and then it sort of trails off into the few that are decent, right? A peak towards the bottom end of the spectrum. And when I say it's mid tier, I mean it's like median, which means it is towards the bottom end of the spectrum because it's weighted to, you know what the fuck I'm trying to tell you? Yes. You know what the fuck I'm trying to tell you. Apparently Dotesmite is gonna be in my house at some point. That's fucking happening, I guess. That's good. We like this. But I don't want to keep watching this fucking show. This show's garbage. Oh look, it's the melodrama. It's the sad music track. The one sad music track that they have. Oh, I don't want to show you my DMs. Hold on. Wait, that's also DMs. Get me the fuck out of here. Okay. We're on fucking episode 9, right? That's why. It's the only reason I'm still watching. I'm like, it's just less than an hour of anime left, and then we're fucking done, and we don't have to watch this anymore. I'm completely costed into this show. It's pure sunk cost fallacy. I don't care. I'm definitely not watching season 2 because this show is not very good. Um, I don't know why people like this show. I've seen people like talk about this show being good, but it's not good. So I don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. Yeah, it would have been better if I'd spent today watching. Like, I could have finished Cardcaptor Sakura today. I could have finished Kiruminzu today. if I had just watched those shows instead of these shows, you know? But instead, I'm watching garbage because it's historical garbage and people seem to think it's good, but it's not even good. If I had to rate Maho Romantic, I would probably give it a 4 out of 10. This show has gone really weird and serious in episodes 11 and 12. Weirdly serious tone shift, flashback, big climactic battle. Oh man, it's just I'm completely out of it. I have no idea what's going on. I'm fucking delirious. The show, I don't know what's happening. I can barely pay attention. I gotta say, Maho Romantic, not gonna be a recommend for me. Um, yeah, fucking bizarre anime, but not really in a good way. Mostly kind of boring. I mean, I feel like I've talked about that at this point quite a lot. I should have just dropped the show, like, early on. But instead, I've costed myself all the way to the end. Just because I'm like, hey, I get to mark this on my watched list instead of my dropped list. Isn't that nice? What I should have been doing this whole time is watching something that I'm actually watching. Like if I go to my Mal, um, here, I'm currently watching 15 different shows, right? Um, many of which I haven't watched for months. Uh, like I could, or Slow Loop is like I don't know when the last. Like I should fucking drop Milky Homes. That show, I've second try. I gave this a second chance. I dropped it the first time I watched it on episode 3, and now I'm gonna drop it on episode 5. It's just not good. I'm sorry, guys. Milky Homes is just not good. I know people kept trying to convince me to watch Milky Homes. I just can't fucking get into it. I'm sorry. Um, fucking Tayutama is also garbage, but for some reason I've already watched 9 episodes of it, so I feel like I should finish it. And then there's shows like Tengoku Daimakyo that I started watching that when it was airing, and then just never kept watching it beyond the first episode. Um, like I think my goal is gonna be finish everything on my currently watching, finish or drop everything on my currently watching before I don't remember the last time I've had nothing on my currently watching. So finish or and the only shows I actually care about on here are Mug Cup season 2, Tamayura More Aggressive, um, Sakura Soul no Pet no Kanajo is so far decent. Um, this Konosuba spin-off I don't fucking care about, but I'll watch an episode of it. I'll watch episode 2 and decide if I give a fuck. Henjin no Salad Bowl. I don't know why I didn't mark that. I did watch episode 2 of that. But it's okay. It was a random seasonal show. How to kind of receive again. I don't really care about. Cardcaptor Sakura and Kiriminzu are long as fuck. Okay, well, we'll just see. And then there's Shikanoko Kosh Tan Tan, which again, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that show is decent. Because I only watched the first episode and then I'm waiting for it to finish before I marathon it. Um, so that's my goal. I'm going to finish. Okay, we have long term goals, and this is useful because Doltsmite is going to be here, and Doltsmite is going to be on the computer grinding RuneScape, which gives me plenty of time to watch anime. And that's good because I have a lot of anime to watch. Um, so, plus visual novels. I actually picked back up um, fucking Kinkoi, Kinio Love Reach. to read the Ria route because I had thought that you had to read all the side heroines' routes before you unlock the Ria route, which is the last route. And I had gotten put off because I was reading these shitty side heroine routes who I didn't give a fuck about, and then I stopped reading it. But I realized that you actually only have to play through the three main routes before you unlock the final route, um, which I'd already done and kind of enjoyed. So and supposedly the final route, the Ria route, is like really good. It's like the whole point of reading the visual novel is to read that route. Like it's kind of Nakige, emotional. Uh, and I was enjoying it from what I read up to this point. So definitely gonna finish that visual novel, and then I don't know what I'm gonna read next. I'm like fucking. I'm like an hour into like three different visual novels. Like I've read a little bit of um read a little bit of Da Capo. I've read a little bit of Iroseka, and I've read a little bit of Koini Kameo Sorted too. Um, I think that's it. I've also read a little bit of Shuffle, but I read a really, really little bit of Shuffle, like just the very beginnings of Shuffle. So I don't know if I'm even counting that. If I were to pick Shuffle up, I would start from the beginning again because I don't even remember what happened. I read like nothing. Um, I basically just was kind of just checking if the install worked and read a bit. Uh, so yeah, but I think my goal is gonna be finish everything. I want to actually clear up my currently watching before I start anything new. And then when I do finish everything on my currently watching, then it's gonna be a big deal because then I get to actually like then I'm in this weird fucking situation, right? Where I need to decide which magical girl anime to watch next. And that's a fucking weird situation because there's a bunch and they're all good, right? Like it's probably a choice between either Precure, like Heartcatch Precure, or Ojimajo Doremi, or Fun Fun Pharmacy, Fushigi Maho Fun Fun Pharmacy. All three of those are good, um, from what I've heard. And I've actually watched a little bit of. I've watched the first episode of Precure and of Heartcatch Precure and Fun Fun Pharmacy, and I enjoyed the first episodes of both of those shows, but was put off by their length. But Ojimado Doremi I haven't watched any of, but I think it might. If I were to watch it, it's one of those shows that it's like if I actually commit, it might end up being like one of my favorite anime because everyone who watches Doremi seems to think it's like the best thing they've ever seen. Um, However, then you have the weird problem, which is that both Doremi and Precure have 10 billion seasons, each of which are like 50 episodes long. So it's just infinite anime, and that's kind of scary. Like, that's a lot of commitment. So we'll have to see how that goes. But whatever the case may be, I need. That's something I've noticed I say that quite often. I say whatever the case may be, which is a kind of a weird phrase to repeat. But whatever the case may be, I gotta finish these 15 shows that I'm currently watching, including Sakura and Kirin Winzu before I start thinking about anything like that. Finish or drop. That drop is also an option, very much an option. Because I just need to clear this shit up, man. It's just actually annoying me. Like, look at this. Just look at what's going on your screen right now. This should not be in this anime. Like, I understand the funny anime tone shifts, right? Like, I understand that, and I don't mind that. I don't care that it's a tone shift. It's actually, this is better, like, arguably, than most of the show. It's just that I don't give a fuck because the show wasn't about this until like an episode ago. Um, like some of this fight stuff is cool. Big gun, that's cool. Big gun that does a big hole. Look at that. That's kind of cool, right? But like, I don't know, man. For someone who gives a fuck, this would be good. This is why I don't feel like I can rate this show like a 3. Even though I'm having zero fun watching it, I feel like I can't go lower than a 4 out of 10 because I can imagine someone who gives a fuck really enjoying this. I'm just not someone who gives a fuck. Maybe that's a dumb way of rating things. The show has just really completely and utterly failed from the get go to pull me into the world in any way, to make me fucking care about anything at any point. Characters, anything. Oh, they're gonna fucking Tsuzuku it? Really? They're gonna Tsuzuku it? Okay, final episode. I never have to watch anime ever again. And then I'm gonna watch, I don't know. I kind of feel like I should take a little break from anime, and then um I don't fucking know. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. This show is fucking wild and kind of sick. Like, it's kind of crazy. I don't understand what's going on because I am out of it. But I'm starting to wonder. Here's the thing. You heard this a little bit in the previous bit I recorded where I said I can imagine if I gave a fuck, this would be sick. I'm starting to wonder how much of my not enjoying the show is because I am like in a weird fucking delirious state right now for some reason. I don't really know what's happened to me, but at some point I just started sort of zoning out, and like this show is like getting fucking weird and psychological and has been for the past 3 episodes, and I've kind of just been like ignoring it and letting it wash over me, which I feel like I might just be a bad viewer, you know? Like I don't like weird shit, weird fucking psychological Evangelion episodes 25 and 26 shit is happening in a way that I don't understand because I'm like wasn't paying attention for a while because I was kind of zoning out and thinking about other stuff because I was bored of the show. But maybe I got bored when the show was like doing its slice of life thing. But maybe when the genre shifted, I should have started paying more fucking attention. Like maybe it's my fault that I'm not enjoying this, is basically what I'm saying here. Like maybe I'm a bad viewer, maybe I'm being a bad audience right now, and I'm judging it too harshly for my own flaws. Because I'm thinking like what just happened on my screen, which I'm not going to say, because actually I mean, it would take too long to explain it, but some sort of surreal psychological shit is happening in the show, basically. And it was kind of sick, you know? It was kind of cool. I was like, what is happening? And I just kind of, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on, but it's whatever it is, it's kind of crazy. So I don't know. Now I'm just like, I don't know what to fucking think. I don't know how to even give my opinion on this show. Well, I just finished Maho Romantic Season 1, and it was something. I really tried to lock in for that last episode and focus up and try and really give myself over to the show. Just try and put myself aside and just try and become as immersed as possible in the story. And I think it was better than I was giving it credit for when I was saying it was, you know, there's some stuff to like about the show beyond just the visual design, for sure. But at the same time, even the emotional highs and lows are very easy to see coming kind of corny, kind of sappy, nothing particularly special. Regardless of the fact that there are some quality moments, there are also they're in service of a very bog standard story which doesn't really do much to stand out, doesn't really do anything to pull you in, doesn't really have anything particularly unique. Um, I'd say if you like the character of Mahoro from Mahou Romantic, you should watch the Fate series. Sorry, I always fucking say this. You should watch the Nanoha series because Fate, Testarossa from the Nanoha series, is just is kind of similar in terms of character to Mahoro, but is just much more interesting as a character, and the Nanoha series is much better, even though that series has its low points as well. Um, Overall, let's tab over to make sure. Mahou Romantic. We're gonna mark this as completed, and we're gonna give it, I think, a 4. I can't bring myself to give it anything higher than that, and it's definitely not lower than that because there's enough stuff in it. But yeah, I really just very disappointing anime. I was kind of excited to watch it, but yeah, pretty disappointing. Um, well, that's Mahou Romantic Automatic Maiden. I will not be watching season 2. I think there might even be a movie. Um, yeah, maybe this like a better rating. You see, that's not good. You don't want to see that because you can see, right, that season 1 has a 7.14 on Mal, and season 2 has a 7.12. So it's actually even lower than season 1. When normally, if you think about it, the people who are going to watch a season 2 of a show are the people who've already enjoyed season 1. So this user base, these, or, out of the people who've rated it, these 16,000, almost 17,000 users, out of the original 27,000 people who liked season 1 enough, 27,000 people watched season 1 and rated it, okay? 27,000 people rated season 1 at this, right? And then out of those, only a small portion, about half, liked season 1 enough to watch season 2. So you would imagine they're already preconditioned to give season 2 a higher rating. Generally speaking, if you have 2 seasons that are of the same quality, season 2 will have a higher rating just because the people who aren't into that kind of show won't already watch it. So when you see that a season 2 actually has a lower rating than season 1, you know it's bad. You know there's no reason to watch it because that means even the people who already liked uh, the kind of show that it is were turned off by it. So, you know, that's not a good sign. Not that I would have watched um not that I would have watched season 2 anyway, but that rating differential definitely makes me suspicious. Welcome back to laying around watching Bocce the Rock King. This is Bocce. She's a rock. She's made of stones. In this episode, she's completely out of it. Which is funny because I'm also completely out of it. I have no idea what's going on. But I'm enjoying it. Listen, this is what I've been trying to communicate to you people, you fuckers. Like, I stopped watching Bocce the Rock at episode 8. But it wasn't because I wasn't enjoying Bocce the Rock. I really like Bocce the Rock. It's a great show. the reason I stopped watching it is because it was coming out episode by episode seasonally in the week. That's what I'm trying to say. Weekly. It was coming out weekly. And I don't really remember to watch shows weekly. And then before I knew it, it had been ages since I'd watched an episode of it. Even though Bocce the Rock is a good show, it's a really good show. I really like Bocce the Rock. Every time I see Kita in this show, I just think about this image. Today, my friend came to see me who was heartbroken. Now, this, I believe, means, like, my friend came to see me, comma, who was heartbroken, as in I've been heartbroken. Hey, I heard you just had your heart broken, so I came to visit you. I'm touched to hear that, but why did he cosplay as Kita? Yeah, this is the image I think of, not that one. This is a completely different image. This image is the image I think about every time I see Kita in Bocce the Rock. Okay, I went to get some beans on toast and I came back and this cat has entered my room. This cat has presumably come in through the window. This is the second time he's done this, or she's done this, I guess. This cat loves being really, really loud and meowing constantly. And I guess just fucking wandered into my room while I was trying to eat beans on toast. I'm not letting you into the rest of the house, buddy. Quite a cool cat. Nice pattern. Rare. Nice cat skin. Well, I guess you're leaving now. Okay. I'm gonna get back to watching Bocce the Rock. This is what the internet's for, right? Cat videos? Internet's for cat videos, right? I don't know whose cat this is. I don't know how to get a cat to leave. She sort of went out the window and came back. I don't want to close the window because it like gets hot in here. Okay, well, I guess we just wait. You're not gonna believe it. The cat fucking pissed on the floor. Well, it pissed on the wall. The cat fucking pissed on the wall and I kicked it out. I'm never letting that bastard back into my house ever again. Terrible mistake. There used to be a cat that would come hang out with me, and it was super chill. Never had any problems with that cat. This cat fucking comes in, annoys very loud, demands attention, and then pisses on my fucking wall. I cleaned it up. It was thankfully on the wall, and I got to it before it dripped onto the carpet. Otherwise, that would have been a pain. What a fucking cunt. I hate cats. I think this is just a conclusion that I've come to. When it comes to pets, I don't love dogs. I'm not a huge dog guy. I'm not a huge pet guy in general. But dogs are cute, you know. I'll hang out with a dog quite happily. Quite happily I'll hang out with a dog. But cats are I don't understand the point of cats. They're fucking annoying. They're just annoying. They're sharp and annoying. They're not even cute. They just suck. Like in real life, cats just suck. They don't even do anything cute. You know what I mean? Like dogs you can play with them. Cats you can technically play with them. I don't know. I'll first of all, cats kill birds en masse. It is immoral to have an outdoors cat. That is an opinion that I have. It is you shouldn't be allowed to do it. It should be against the law. Um, it's an ecological disaster. Cats are an invasive species pretty much everywhere on the earth. And they are really, really good at killing birds. and they just wipe out native bird species at an incredible, alarming rate. They just murder the birds, and they don't even do it for food. They just do it for fun, um, which is really bad. Secondly, dogs evolved with humans very closely, right, for a long time. We have a special bond with dogs, and I you can understand what the fuck a dog is thinking and going through to some extent. And they're also like stupid. Dogs are stupid in a like this bitch is stupid. It's like a Genki girl archetype, like kind of cute level of stupid. Cats are stupid like a fucking annoying guy you're trying to argue with who's too stupid to even follow a train of thought. You know what I mean? Like a dog, you can like train a dog. You can't properly train cats to do like actually anything of interesting. Not really. Um, they're always, I don't know, man. They're fucking annoying. And yeah, they just like have, and then they're like their emotions are wildly unpredictable, and then they just like sleep all day. They don't even do anything like interesting. You know what I mean? I don't know. And I also think that like most pets in the modern urban world have terrible lives. Um, I think I think it's probably, if I really had to push it and I really had to give a yes or no answer. I'd say it's probably on the side of unethical to keep pets um if you don't own like a large tract of land in the countryside. Um, I think most of our pets are like, because the way we have pets now is very new, right? Like we've obviously had dogs for forever, for like a really really long time, and cats also for a really long time, not as long as dogs though. But we've had pets for a long time, but those pets have typically been like dogs have typically been on a farm where they were basically left alone most of the day, right? Or before, you know, whether it was a farm or not a farm, they were out in the open, sort of getting up to dog stuff, socializing with other dogs, hunting, eating scraps, foraging, exploring, and they basically will. If you've ever known a farm dog in the modern world, you'll know that people still do this all the time, where they just sort of their dog sort of lives its own life, right? And that's kind of like how an animal is, because dogs are fucking animals and they kind of want to do stuff like that. Like that's the ultimate enrichment for a dog. Is he goes out, he finds a carcass of some shit, he nibbles at it for a bit, then he runs around and meets up with another dog and they fuck or whatever. Like dog stuff, animal stuff, right? Um, and that's how all dogs lived for most of time, uh, until pretty damn recently, when now all of a sudden dogs are just like in a fucking apartment all day doing nothing, getting nothing, you know, eating the same fucking canned food or whatever, like for every single meal, right? Because that's not how dogs used to be. Dog food wasn't a thing until recently. Dogs used to eat whatever the humans were eating, but the scraps of it. But they used to get a variety of food and also whatever they caught or scavenged themselves. Um, you know, But now dogs, they just sort of, you know what I'm saying here? Like they're miserable. I think they sit there all day and they're all depressed. I think pretty much your dog. If you have a dog, he's probably depressed. I also still have in my mind the all dogs are boys and all cats are girls thing from when I was a kid. I don't know if anyone else had that, but I for some reason believe that all dogs are boys and all cats are girls. Okay, this is like the this is how you end up with grammatical gender in your language. Um, uh, yeah, there's an article about this. Let me get it up actually. I believe this is it. It's called "The Case Against Pet Ownership" in Vox. I know Vox has some people like it, some people don't, but I do think you should read through this article because I remember reading through it and it makes some good some very good points basically. It's pretty long as you can see here. I'm scrolling. It's a pretty long article, but it's definitely worth a read if you want to check it out. It's called "The Case Against Pet Ownership." Um, why we should aim for a world with fewer but happier pets. Yeah, and I basically agree with it. I thought this made some really compelling points. So I'm not even convinced that you should own pets at all. And if I had to pick, you know, I still think dogs at least aren't gonna like scratch the fuck out of you for no reason because you just like touch that they like the thing cats do that really pisses me off because it's just annoying is that they'll roll over and show you their tummy like a dog would when it wants belly rubs. But then if you touch the cat's belly, it'll fucking kill you. And you just have to know this because that's not like intuitive communication. Like for cats, whatever. I've done it. I'm scared of getting scratched up by a cat. I don't want to. By the way, the cat fucking like clawed my clothes and like ripped my fucking trousers a little bit. It's fucking cats. You look. I hate pets. I've come to that conclusion. I don't. I just don't like animals. I just don't even give. I mean, I say this. It's not even true, right? Like I fuck with animals when I hang out with them. If I see a dog or a cat, I'll pet it. 100% of the time, I'll pet that bastard, right? When I'm out and about and I see a squirrel or some shit or a bird, a magpie, you know, I'm like, fuck yeah, I fuck with that shit. But I don't want anything to do with it, you know. I don't want anything to do with it. I want to. The only thing that I would ever, the perfect interaction with an animal, in my opinion, is making friends with a crow. That's the perfect interaction. Because making friends with a crow is you just have some food, you give the animal some food, and that's it. There's no expectation of companionship, right? Like, there's no, like, oh, this crow is going to hang around me all day. No, this crow has shit to do. This crow has crow shit to do, right? All I want is just like, you know, hey, I'm gonna make your life a little easier because I have the resources to do so, right? Like that's the situation. That's that just a um pure expenditure, purely one-sided relationship where I'm like, listen, Mr. Crow, I am a human being, which is the superior form of life on this planet, and thereby I have seeds to give you because we have developed techniques to farm seeds, and you fucking haven't because you don't have any hands, you idiot. So here's some fucking seeds. Be thankful. And then the crow is gonna hang around and be like, yeah, I'm thankful. And that's the perfect relationship with an animal. I don't want anything else to do with that crow. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to fucking touch a bird. You don't want to touch birds. They're fucking full of feathers. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to go near it. I just wanted to eat some seeds, and that's it. And know that it can come to me for seeds, and that's it. That's all I want. That's the perfect relationship with an animal. If I see a dog, I'll pet a dog. If I see a cat, I'll pet a cat. Right? All of that shit's fine. But leave. I don't know. I don't want fucking anything to do with these bastards. They're fucking. They can do their own thing. They're fucking guys. They're animals. They're creatures in their own right. Don't I don't. I'm all about the artificial. You know. This is where I'm from. These bastards are from the other place. I don't go to the other place. I don't like the other place. I like this place. you know, because this is in this place. We got this place. Okay, this is places. We already developed the superior form of cat, which is cat girls. We already developed the superior form of dog, which is dog girls. We already developed the superior form of rabbit, which is bunny girls, etc. Right? We have solved this problem already. We don't need the original form anymore. We don't need the fucking, outdated, fucking, traditional. Oh, it's an animal. We don't need animals anymore because we got fucking Neko Mimi. We got Kimono Mimi, motherfucker. That's the Listen, I don't even like fur. I don't like hair. I don't like human hair, and I don't like fur even more. It feels too. It's too sensory to me. It's too. I don't like the feeling of fur. People are like, oh, it's fluffy. It's fluffy. I don't want to touch something fluffy. Fluffy is uncomfortable. It's too much. It's too many little hairs to touch. I don't like it. This is why I can never be a furry. Look, I've seen some good furry art. I like some of the good furry art. I gotta appreciate it. I got respect for the furries. But a main part of being a furry is wanting to have the sensation of embracing a big furry guy, right? And that would be somehow very comfortable. That sounds really bad to me. That sounds extremely sensory in a bad way. I don't like that. Okay? I like these guys. These guys are good because they're not like that. Well, I just finished Bocce the Rock and it was really good. I really liked this anime. I think if I absolutely had to give it a score, it's a very strong 8. I don't think I can quite give it a 9. For me, I don't give 10s. I'm one of those people. It's probably bad that I don't give it a 9. It's very, very, it's between an 8 and a 9 for me. I don't know. It's really good. It's not as good as K-On! If you want a cute girls do band guitar stuff anime. K-On! Is better. K-On! Is better for a number of reasons. Reason number one, as much as I like the characters from Bocce the Rock, really, you've got Bocce, who is a really good character, and then the girl who's drunk all the time, I forgot her name, who's like a really good side character. But the rest of the cast are not as enjoyable, entertaining. They don't have the same level of chemistry and iconoclasty as the K-Ons. That's a god tier anime cast. Every single character is super well rounded. They all have great chemistry, great character designs, great voice acting, etc. K-On! Is also better directed. Yamada Naoko has a stronger directorial voice. Not to say that Bocce the Rock doesn't have some moments of really inventive cinematography and animation, but K-On! Is a step above on that level. Just the KyoAni flair, it's fucking KyoAni. And then another thing that makes K-On! Better is the music. As much as Bocce the Rock's music is pretty good, it's not very special. It doesn't really feel that much like it represents the characters as much as Hokago Tea Time's music is like so representative of all of their personalities and Yui in particular. Hokago Tea Time have really, really good, really original sounding, unique sounding songs that don't feel generic in the least. All of the Hokago Tea Time songs sound very idiosyncratic to the personalities of the K-On! Girls. Um, and they are very, very thematic. They're just better songs, also. right? Like they're just better songs, and all around the music in K-On! Is better than the music in Bocce the Rock. I don't think that's a hot take. I mean, I think Fua Fua Time is one of the best Annie songs ever made. I think anyone who disagrees with me is a dumbass. Also worth remembering that I named myself after a song from K-On! No Thank You, K-On! ED. Um, so, you know, you're not gonna beat the K-On! Songs for me, uh, which they didn't. Yeah, it goes in a very different direction. Um, it's not so much to my taste, the music of Bocce the Rock. The thing about the K-On! Music is K-On! The songs, although they're very clean and well produced and fairly complex, they have a punk attitude to them. They're very upbeat, up tempo. They're very up tempo. They're really punk songs. Maybe not the EDs, the songs and the OPs, the songs that are well, the OPs more so. But you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying here? Like the songs that are meant to be from when they're grown up and Hokago Tea Time is a famous band, like No Thank You and Don't Say Lazy. Um, they also have a punk vibe to them. I will give it that. But the songs that are played by Hokago Tea Time in the era of the show, they're very punky in a way that it's hard to describe. They have a sort of pluckiness, a youthful energy to them, um, and they're fast as fuck. Like uh, Kagayate Girls song is like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1. It's really fucking fast. That's like I don't know. It's almost 200 BPM. It's really fast. You know. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. I guess you can feel it in half time, but then if you listen to the drums, bum 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 bum, that's fucking fast as shit, man. These songs are really energetic, which matches, you know, Yui as well as a character. The songs from Bocce are more so sound like they're just less iconic. They're not as catchy as even not comparing it to K-On! Like just looking at them on their own merit. I think the songs from Bocce just aren't that good. Like I wouldn't go out of my way to re-listen to those songs personally. Um, although I did like the first song that they played at their first live. That was a good one. But the songs from the final concert aren't that good. And there's also like a distinct lack of like interesting guitar playing from Bocce on those songs. I mean, they do have a little gimmick where she plays some like bottle guitar, which is fun. But there's not it's not very like for someone who's supposed to be really good at guitar, she's not shredding, she's not tapping, she's not doing anything particularly um I want to see like that Japanese guitarist who's on YouTube, Nichika or something. This guy, Ichika Nito. Like some shit like this style of playing is really popular in Japan. It's popular everywhere. But there's a lot of Japanese bands that do a similar kind of virtuosic, very clean tone kind of guitar playing. I don't know what to really call it. Pop harmonies with a bit of jazz, a bit of soul harmonies thrown in there, right? That this guy is kind of famous for. Um, yeah, I'll just actually there's lots of tapping, a little bit of swing, that kind of thing. When you need to impress a girl, but you only have a guitar. Right, yeah. I wanted to see Bocce do some shit like this. That would have been fucking sick, but she doesn't. Like, they don't have really that. Like, they just don't have enough standout guitar playing moments from Bocce, and I think that's a shame. I think that was a missed opportunity to have her pull out some fucking wicked ass shit. Um, Like they have a little bit of it, but I really think that she didn't have a. I really wanted to see like a really big moment, like a really big moment where she pulls out a crazy fucking solo and it's sick, and they do gesture towards that in the final concert, but it's undercut by numerous different factors, right? It's purposefully undercut. They play it down, um, kind of to keep the show grounded. I don't know. I kind of think it was a misplay in my opinion. I would have preferred to have the satisfaction of her pulling out some fucking wild solo shit. Um, like when she pulls out the bottle and plays a little solo with the slide with the bottle, like it lasts for like 10 seconds. It's barely even a solo. She plays like five notes, you know? Like let that fucking solo go on for longer. Also, like the slide guitar doesn't fit in that song. The song that they're playing is weird. She's on like a wah wah pedal the whole time playing like kind of funk lick. It's a weird song that doesn't show off her guitar playing. And the solo doesn't really fit with the rest of the song either. I don't know. I don't dislike the music. Like I think the music is fine in Bocce, but it's just not on the level that it could have been. And if it wasn't for the existence of K-On, you know, I would have nothing to compare this show to other than maybe like the fucking uh God only knows scene from Haruhi, which obviously is not like why the fuck could like can you imagine, bro? Can you fucking imagine if they get up on stage and then you fucking you know hold on a second you just hear like the you don't know what they're gonna play because they're saving the songs for the last minute and then they just like I don't know how to play that. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine if God oh, fucking that just started playing out of nowhere? How fucking hype that would be! Everyone would be freaking out. It would be so sick. Obviously, they would never do it because they don't have the license to that song. Giovanni would never give them the license to that song, and it would also ruin the show because it's completely irrelevant to the themes of the show. But that would be cool. Okay, so just imagine they did that. But anyway. Like I don't mean they don't have to literally play that song, but you know how the fucking guitar riff is so iconic from that song? Like some shit like that with a big fat fucking riff that Bocce plays at the beginning. Like that's what I wanted to see. I want to see her ripping some shit. But they're playing this like laid back poppy fucking it's slightly up tempo, but like I don't know, it just didn't really fit for me. I feel like the music just kind of lets the show down. All that being said, all of my complaints being said, why I don't think I can give the show higher than an 8. An 8 is still a really good score, okay? 8 is still very good. It's still considered very good on Mal. I still think the show is very good. God damn it, fucking focus. Focus. You almost had it. There you go. 8 is still considered very good, okay? I still think the show is very good. I think the comedy is great. I think the show is fucking hilarious, and I massively relate to Bocce as a guy who's kind of a shut-in and plays music a lot and makes music for the internet. I basically am Bocce, but less cute. Um, and my social anxiety isn't that bad these days, so we don't really, different form of anxiety, but uh, you know, I think the character designs in the show are amazing. I think there's lots of really inventive animation that leads to some really often really enhances the humor, the sort of gag humor. I think that the story beats are just like generally really well paced. Like it's a really well paced anime. Uh, uh, the whole narrative has a great flow to it. Um, I think the cast is generally pretty damn strong. Uh, I think I don't know what else to say. I just think it's good. I think it's a really good show. I think it's really solid. I don't think it's like the best thing I've ever seen. But I think if there's a season two, it has the potential to be. Season two has the potential to be really, really fucking good. If they, I don't know if they're planning to make a season two. I don't know what's going on with the manga. I haven't read it. But if they do make a season two, it has the potential to be fucking incredible anime. This could be an amazing setup for a masterful season two, or season two could just be equally good or worse, you know. But like, there's a lot of potential here with some really, really with better songs, with some other stuff. Anyway, look, I like this show. I like this show. If you've somehow not seen Bocce the Rock, you should watch it. What's not to like? It was very successful, which I'm happy to see. I, you know, at some point I would have been mad that it's successful. I would have been like, you gotta gatekeep the good animes, right? So that only people see the bad animes. But these days, I'm just happy to see people enjoying stuff that I also like. I'm happy to be able to actually talk about shows that I like with people. Um, So I'm glad to see the Bocce the Rock is successful. I hope it's doing well in Japan so that it makes a bunch of money and they make more shows like this. In fact, I may have to go. Something that I've been trying to do but haven't actually gotten around to yet is let's check out the Bocce the Rock website, which is fucking laggy. Holy shit. Well, it's definitely in Japanese. We're looking for goods. I don't see any goods. Tiketo, theater goods, talk session, novelty. What? Oh, I see goods. Goods was over there. I don't know what the fuck this is. I guess these are like posters. I don't understand what that is. Here we go. Goods. See, I would fucking buy this shit. I should buy this shit because this is how anime gets funded, and you fund shows that you want to see more of. And I not only do I want to see more Bocce the Rock, but I want to see more shows like Bocce the Rock. I don't want this genre to die out. Um, Now, obviously, I don't live in Japan, so I can't just. I don't really know how this works. I've never used like a proxy buying service, but I'm just looking to see if there's anything good that I would actually like, because I don't really care about figures. So figures is probably not something that I want. Um, is this guitar picks? That's kind of cool. It's kind of neat. Um, I'll probably do this off camera. Damn, they got a lot of merch. Is that a box? That's funny. That's very funny. Uh, what's the Kesoku Bando of official site? That looks funny. I guess you can like buy their songs or whatever. Okay, look, I don't know. I've been too enthusiastic about this. All I'm saying is I would consider buying something. I'm not out here saying I know what I'm gonna do in my life. What is this? Are these clear files? I can't tell. I can't read fucking Japanese well enough to understand what these are. Um, and I can't. Okay, look, I don't know. Okay, guys, look, I'm not. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I want to give these like. I think you know how KyoAni has a Patreon, or at least they did at some point. Like that's what I want. I want a button that I can press to give these guys £5. That's what I want. I want to be able to give them £5. I want to do that. Why can't I do that? I don't want anything in return other than more anime in the future. That's all I want. Is just more good anime. I don't want to buy anything. I just want to fucking give them money to keep making what they're making. Why can't I do that? Why isn't that a fucking thing? You know, the anime industry is fucking decrepit and falling apart. Where is the Patreon page for Kesoku Bando? You know, that's what I want to know. That's what the fuck I want to know. I guess I could buy a Kesoku Bando song on like Amazon or whatever, but I don't even like the music, so I don't want to. I don't want to buy the songs because I don't want to think. I don't want them to think that the music's doing really well, so that must be what people like. I don't know. I would definitely. I like Kita. 6,930 yen. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means in real money. Um, well, I don't know where you buy this. Also, there's no link. None of this is a link. None of this is a fucking link. Oh, a link? I clicked something. Um, I could definitely buy this. Um, shopping available to your country with Baiyi. See, we can go to Baiyi. That's pretty pog. Uh, here, let's add to cart. Okay, look, I'm not gonna do this right now. I'll have to come back to that if I decide um to buy a figure from Bocce the Rock. I don't know why I'd put a figure. I don't know why I'd buy a Bocce figure, but you gotta support the industry because God knows it's not supporting itself. God fucking knows it's not supporting itself. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I tried to watch episode 10 of Tayutama Kiss on My Deity, which is where I was at, and I have zero memory of what the fuck was going on in this show. I am completely lost. And as you can see, I didn't like just give this a 4 right now. I had already given this a 4 previously. I was watching this show entirely for the character designs, because it's a visual novel adaptation from 2009. And secondly, because I have a strange obsession with Studio Silverlink. Um, so that's basically why I was watching the show, is I was like, really cool 2000s visual novel aesthetic. I really like the character designs in this show. I mean, really, if you look at the VN, like, the sprites in the VN look better than they do in the show, which you would expect because it's more detailed, but uh, it looks pretty good. VN is not. Otherwise, I would have just read it, but it is not translated. Um, that's pretty much all I have to say on that subject. I'm gonna be dropping Taitama because I had already remembered the show being kind of bad. Like, I wasn't watching it because I was enjoying the show. I was watching it because I liked the character designs and I have an interest in the studio from a historical standpoint. Um, but I had already decided that I disliked the show, and now coming back to it, I literally don't know what's happening. Like, they're saying things, and I just don't remember what they mean. So I guess we're going to mark this one as dropped and head over to the next anime to watch, which I suppose will be one of my closest to finishing. Um, is it Mug Cup Season 2, I guess? Um, really underrated show, by the way. Yakunara Magukapu Mo, Season 1. Really good, really underrated. Look, it's got a 6.53 on Mal. I strongly disagree. I gave it an 8. I really like this show. Um, I think there's a lot more going on in this show than people are giving it credit for. well, I say that I've literally never seen anyone except me, um, and one other person talk about it, because I found out about this anime because uh I was watching a Itasha meetup video, and someone had this an Itasha of this show, and I was like, that looks interesting. So I watched it, and I was very pleasantly surprised. I think Mug Cup has some interesting, like, my theory about it is that it's got like inspiration from 80s anime that no one except for me has ever noticed. Um, just in terms of like the art style, in terms of the animation, like visual inspiration from like 80s anime. It's also a particularly weird show because I believe, if I remember correctly, um, every episode comes with another episode where the voice actresses in real life do pottery, because it's Cute Girls Do Pottery. That's the anime. Um, Amazed that it got a season two. Pretty weird, but I guess the season two came out like straight away. Uh, so we're gonna watch this, I guess. So Goats might got here, and I'm in this room watching Mug Cup season two. Uh, I'm because Dotsmite is asleep in my room. I'm packing up the Nordic Spirit 4 dot. Okay, and the reason is because I'm trying not to eat too much, and it helps suppress appetite. Um, which is basically what I've been doing. I've just been like, I have this like cold brew espresso stuff, which I'll just have an espresso, right? And then like, here you can see the remnants, and as much nicotine as I can throughout the day to try and keep my appetite low, because Dotes might lost a bunch of weight, and now I feel like I got to lose weight, you know? Um, I'm not going too crazy with it. I'm still eating a decent amount of food. I'm not calorie tracking or anything. I just am sort of trying to generally do portion control. Um, yeah. This show is really fucking good. I think Mug Cup, maybe just because it's got the title as Mug Cup, which seems kind of goofy in English because that's goofy, but maybe that's why people have ignored it. But I think it's really fucking good. Criminally underrated show. It's a god tier slice of life. Alright, maybe not god tier, but it's high tier. If you like slice of life anime, if you like any of the shows that are about cute girls doing a particular hobby, there's quite a lot of shows like that. You'll like Mug Cup, I think. Like I don't understand why it has such a low rating on Now. Like it's as good as any other comparable show. If not, like it has some really good moments, really strong moments. Honestly, so far, season two, I'm thinking strong 7 to a light 8. Which would be my second 8 of the video if I do decide to give it an 8, which is rare. I tend to be pretty strict with my ratings, so good anime recently. Uh, yeah, just want to recommend you guys to go watch Mug Cup seasons 1 and 2. Season 1 was also really good. Forgot what I gave that. Let's see. Yakunara Magu Cup mo Niranga. Season 1, I gave an 8. I gave season 1 an 8. There you go. Even though it just has a 6. Like, what the hell are people thinking on this fucking website? What are people thinking? What's going through their heads? Baffling, confusing, mindfuckery. I just finished Yakunara Mogu Kakumo Nibangama, and it was really fucking good. I really, really loved that ending. I thought it landed extremely strong, solidifying it at a solid 8 out of 10. I don't quite think I can give it anything higher than that, but it is really good. This is definitely getting a recommendation from me. If you're at all into Iyashikei anime, slice of life anime, I feel like I can pretty much guarantee you'll enjoy this show. Um, there's a lot I could say about it. Uh, I think it has, even though there's quite a few fairly similar shows, right? Set in a small town about a group of girls who are very particularly into a very particular hobby. You see all 4 seasons pass by. There's some sort of focus on seasons. It's kind of Yashike, it's kind of laid back. There's comedy elements, there's drama elements. Um, it's a genre that exists. It's a subgenre, but it there's a few different shows that fit the bill. Um, I think even within that genre, it stands out in terms of tone. It has a very particular, well crafted tone. Um, I think, I'm going to write a post on my Gemlog about this anime. Just kind of a short little review. Nothing too in depth. But if you want to read some more of my thoughts, you can head over to um, sdf.org/Uno on Gemini and find my Gemlog there to read about some more of my thoughts on Mug Cup. I don't want to just repeat myself. Um, Another thing I really liked about this show is that there's kind of even though the main cast is a group of young girls, as it often is for this kind of anime, um, there's quite a lot of focus on the adult side characters, the older side characters, including characters who are quite a bit older than the main cast, um, middle aged, or even above. And like oftentimes in anime like this, the sort of parent characters and the older side characters, they'll get a little bit of screen time, but they don't tend to really have like emotional character beats. Whereas this show, they do. Like they actually feel like fully fleshed out characters, which as I get older is something that I really appreciate when I see in anime, when a little more attention is paid to the slightly older characters. Um, it's a little more relatable, um, which is kind of weird, right? I'm definitely not that close in age to these people, but whether or not you relate to that, it doesn't really matter. The point is that it fleshes out the world in a really interesting way, or a really compelling way, I suppose. And it makes it makes the whole setting a lot more cohesive. Um, Yeah. No, I definitely, I don't know why this show is so underrated. I've like never seen anyone talk about it, even though I loved the first season and I loved the second season. Just an overall great show. It's this show, Mug Cub, and Tamayura. Now, Tamayura is different from Mug Cub in so far as like Mug Cub is a very good 8 out of 10. Tamayura is a strong 9 out of 10. Like it's one of my favorite anime, and I think that show is like also super. It's comparable, right? It's also about a group of young girls in a small town, um, doing photography instead of pottery. Although really only not every character does photography. They all do their own. The 4 main girls all have their own thing, but the main girl of the main girls is into photography, and there's a yeah. Uh, Tamayura has its own strengths, and it's criminally underrated. There's so many good shows out there that people just don't watch, and I don't understand why. Like the shows that get popular are so fucking arbitrary in every genre, I guess, but in like I like, when it comes to the sort of Iyashikei laid back shows, what are the most popular ones? Probably I would, if I had to guess, I would say Mushishi is the number one. Deservedly so. Mushishi is an amazing show. Um, I would say you could count some parts of Non Non Biori as Iyashikei, but I wouldn't. I don't think the show itself is fits the Iyashikei bill. It's a bit too high tempo. Um, I think Aria is probably the next most popular Iyashikei show. Also an amazing show, but I think it's, personally speaking, I love Aria, but I don't think it's as good as some of the other Iyashikei shows. I think Flying Witch is probably quite a popular Iyashikei show. Pretty good show, but like when it comes to the best, I would say you've got something like Sketchbook Full Colors. That's an incredible show. And you've got something like Tamayura. That's also an incredible show. Um, I'm kind of shocked that, you know, this is a genre that people seem to like, and yet what I consider the two best examples that I've seen are fairly unknown. I mean, they're not completely unknown, but they're not popular. They're not. It's very strange to me this that like the completely arbitrary way in which one show will become popular in the West, where another one is completely forgotten. And I think Mug Cup is a great example of that. What was going on in fall 2021? Like, I mean, maybe it's just the fact that I'm weird and I like it. I don't know. But look, we had like fucking Mushoku Tensei and popular stuff. But in terms of like comparable to Mug Cup, Kami-san is somewhat comparable, but maybe not in terms of it's not like an action, right? Um, Obviously, Kami-san does have a lot more mainstream appeal, and that makes sense. Um, what else did we have? Senpai ga Uzai, that one. That show was okay. Um, what is this? It seems kind of interesting. I might have to look into that show. I like this character design of this creature in the middle here. Um, I don't know. It's just fucking weird. Isekai Shokudo, that's kind of a comparable show, right? What I'm saying is, it's not like there was, you know, an incredible amount of. I guess it just kind of slipped under the radar. I don't know. But I'm trying to say, like, it doesn't seem like there was an incredible amount of competition this season. Um, you know, and yet it's one of the least viewed shows out of the shows that anyone actually watched because no one in the West watches these kids shows. Um, yeah, which is it's sad. Why don't people fuck with Mug Cup? It's also an advert. Mug Cup is also a tourism advert for the what is it, Gifu Prefecture or whatever. In Japan. That's another thing worth noting is Mug Cup was made in collaboration with the tourism board for I believe it's Gifu. Um, but that doesn't take away from it, in my opinion. I'm quite happy to have a spotlight shone on a part of the country that you don't see very often. I think that's a perfectly admirable thing to fund, Um, and it's not like because there's a couple of these like tourism advert anime, and a lot of them aren't very good. But a lot of them focus on kind of bullshit, right? Whereas focusing so hard on hey, we're doing pottery here. We're the best prefecture at fucking pottery. It's like kind of dope because it's like there's a whole thing in Japan. Like we have in English this word craftsman or craftsperson, right? The Japanese word for that is shokunin, but I believe in Japanese it has more of a connotation of person who does one thing. Um, and there's more of a uh, I don't know. It's kind of a baby's first Japanese culture, but Japan has a culture of crafts. You know, uh, some people have suggested that the pre-existing culture of crafts in Japan was what led to their success after industrialization, their like economic boom, because they already had um, the cultural and social structures in place to support that sort of thing. Uh, which I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and try and comment on that because I haven't really done that much reading on that subject. Uh, but what I do think is that they have in Japan like a respect for crafts that I quite like. You know, there's a lot of people that shit on Japanese culture on the internet as a sort of counter signal, right? Because there's like the idea, the meme of this person who's a weeaboo, who's like a really into the concept of Japanese culture and thinks Japan is like the best place on earth. And to some extent, that does kind of exist, although it's been a bit flanderized, you know, that type of person doesn't exist to the extent that it's sort of suggested that they exist. Um, but, you know, uh, there are a lot of people who just think Japan is really cool, including myself as a well, still to this day to some extent, but me as a kid was one of these people. And it's not a new phenomenon, you know. This has been a thing for a long time. My favorite anecdote about this is Vincent van Gogh really loved Japan. Um, there's been a lot of weebs who really fuck with Japan. But Japan is obviously, just like every other country, you know, deeply flawed. They have a history of some really horrific stuff during World War II and before World War II and even after World War II, you know? And they also have a pretty conservative culture. And they have, you know, Japan is just a regular ass country. They have some good things and they have some bad things. But I think there's a lot of counter signaling that goes on. Hello, Dodesmite, by the way. Dodesmite is in this video now. Um, you know, obviously. But there's a lot of people who are like, Japan is bad. You know, you shouldn't idolize Japanese culture.
It's the only people to get a standing army back to Japan. It's all an LD people to get a standing
Yeah.
army for Japan.
No, Japan can't have an army like every other country. They're not allowed. They're not allowed because they did evil things with it once. Uh, right, and I'm not here to defend a lot of stuff about Japan. I think there's lots of nice things about Japanese culture, and I think there's lots of things about Japanese culture, you know, that I don't like so much. I also think a lot of people who really like Japan on a sort of surface level, what they really like is Tokyo, and what they really like is like good urban design with lots of public transport and no on-street parking. Like I think that's like 99% of what people like about Japan is cheap food, cheap like restaurant food, right? And good like urban design. Uh, and some like from time to time they'll throw a bit of money into the arts, which is these are all concepts that are foreign to the American mind. But the European mind, they're not as foreign. The cheap food we don't have, but we do have too much on street parking. Anyway, the point is what I'm leading up to with that long ass ramble was I think that the Japanese cultural um, appreciation of the shokunin, of the craftsperson, is one of these positive aspects of Japanese culture. I also think that that's really cool. I think everyone does, right? If you're a guy who just sort of does one thing and practices it your whole life, I think that is a good thing to base a culture off of, as a sort of root um, structure of your society being built around craftspeople. That I think is something admirable, in my opinion, about Japanese culture. Uh, so yeah, I'm gonna go write my little write up about Mug Cup now. Uh, yeah. So my NeoCities website was already pretty much as simple as a website can be, but I've actually simplified it even further. Um, you'll notice that everything used to be in the middle of the page. I've now put everything to the side. Um, just kind of felt like switching it up, to be honest. But you'll see if I click like one of my blog posts. Again, everything used to be justified, right in the middle, not taking up very much space. Whereas now, it takes up the whole page with some nice padding on either side. Um, and it's just easier to read this way. It's not like a new line every 5 words. I find it easier to read, at least. It makes the posts less intimidating. When you're squeezing everything into a smaller space, it makes everything really, you have to scroll down a lot, even though the font was really big and, etc. Like, it's the same number of words. And it made me feel real good because I'd write a blog post and then I'd upload it and it'd be really fucking long. Uh, but this is a lot more reasonable, compact. I don't know, I like it. Obviously, this looks particularly good because I have a nice font set up in my web browser. Look at my nice font. You see my nice font? You can read about the tension between the capitalist and worker. That's what shit I blog about. I need to write a blog post that is not garbage. Maybe one day. Oh, I just realized I have posts and then posts. I'm gonna go fix that real quick. But anyway, uh, yeah, it's just a little bit nicer now. Little bit cleaner in my opinion. I quite like the everything's to one side rather than in the middle. Um, just feels more websitey to me for some reason. Uh, feels more like how a book is, like a real text document. Uh, I also this at the top. This used to have like a weird little ASCII like leet speak version of my name, which I've now just changed to like. So a couple things I've done, right, is first of all this used to be like weird ASCII leet speak. Now it's just text, which will it makes it easier to read. It's just cleaner, right? Like if you're dyslexic, for example, it's much cleaner. Like you're not gonna have trouble reading it. Um, ideally, if you're like uh, vision impaired and you need to use a screen reader, before it would have just said like, you know, fucking random ass characters that were in the shape of this, and now it will actually just like read out, So mostly for sort of accessibility stuff, I've changed that. And then this, again, I used to have this like header set up with some weird ass custom stuff that let me like, the reason was it let me like have it sort of snug underneath my name and my logo more compact, but I had to do some kind of weird and non-standard stuff that wouldn't render correctly on some browsers. Um, it rendered fine on Chrome and Firefox, so for 99% of web browsers, not a fucking problem. But if you were using a weird web browser, it might have rendered a little strange. So this is now done in a much more standard um, way that will render correctly on everything. Uh, and yeah, I don't think there's anything else to add. This is fucked up for some. This is like my ad blocker is blocking my own. Like I don't know. I don't even know what's doing this. It's some. It's not even my ad blocker. I don't know what it is, but for some reason I can't. Like my email address and shit should be here, and like my Discord name and my matrix. They're not showing up, but that's not a problem with the website because I've checked it on every other browser and computer. It's just this that's blocking it, and I don't know what setting I have turned on that's like blocking that stuff, but oh well. Just want to point out I got today's bundle in one. Okay, just want to point that out. It was hard difficulty par 4. Not for me, buddy. Easiest bundle of my fucking life. I didn't record it though, because I forgot. Well, that's not what happened. Let me explain to you what happened. What happened was I clicked on it, I pressed play on the drums, and then I thought I should record this. And then I thought last time I did really badly, so what if I do really badly again? And then I listened to the drums and I was like, this is clearly Walk This Way by Run DMC featuring Aerosmith. But it's so obviously that why is it rated as a hard if that's what it is? Also, this doesn't seem like enough views. I would have assumed it would have more views than 129 million. I would have assumed it would have a few more 100 million than that. I guess I'm maybe overestimating the popularity of this song. But you know, I and so I thought, well, if it's not that, and it's rated hard, this might be another embarrassment for me. So I just guessed, and I got it, and it turns out it was correct, and it is that song. So now you'll never see the moment. Should we try hard mode? This is video game bundle, so it's gonna be a song from a video game, and it doesn't give us any information. Okay, no fucking clue so far. This could be GoldenEye? Be crazy if it was. Okay, it doesn't look like they have GoldenEye. Okay, bass. What the hell is this? That is a very harsh sawtooth bass that I wasn't expecting. Okay, never heard this in my life. Kind of bangs. Ooh. This is. Let me tell you a couple things about this. This is some random fucking. This is like Chrono Trigger or some shit. Or like a Final Fantasy game. Nope. This is a JRPG, I bet. It's something Japanese. I can hear the Japaneseness in it. This is like an overworld map theme from some JRPG or some bullshit. I fucking guarantee you. No one in the West is making music like this. Vibraphone? I guarantee you this is a JRPG. That's all I know. Reveal info. 2004 Game Boy Advance Zelda. Fucking told you. Zelda is technically an RPG that's Japanese, which makes it a JRPG, okay? What's the fucking GBA Zelda? Four Swords? Is that what it's called? I don't know, man. Apparently not. Is it Minish Cap? Zelda GBA. Wind Waker? Okay, this is clearly not working. Link's Awakening. It was on the GBA though? Minish Cap. That's it. It's got to be some Minish Cap bullshit. Minish Village. I don't know why I thought I would be able to do this. Damn, it sounds exactly like that. What the fuck? I thought that the ridiculously harsh bass tone was like bad MIDI. No, it just actually sounds like that. Okay, I'm gonna play previous days. I'm gonna pick a random fucking day. Hold on. Bass, drums, bass, banjo, distortion guitar, overdrive guitar. Okay. Okay. Don't know from the drums. Ooh. This is like a SNES fighting game. That's my guess. This is like a SNES fighting game. Don't know what it is. Could be like an action platformer like Contra type shit. You know, where you're shooting guys. Banjo is fucking putting me off though. Kind of bangs. I can't lie. Ooh. I have no idea. Whoa! Wait, this sounds familiar to me. Okay, whatever this is, I love it. Add the next guitar. I wonder if they used the same MIDI guitar as Doom on purpose. I would recognize that MIDI guitar sample anywhere. Where's the over? This is just the same. Okay, I gotta know what the fuck song this is. It's an NES Ninja Gaiden. I was fucking right. It is an NES game action platformer. I fucking told you, bitch. Ninja Gaiden NES. Okay, it could be any one of these. Boom, let's just pick this random one. Okay, perfect. I gotta listen to the real version. Damn, what the fuck? Since when is the Ninja Gaiden soundtrack this good? I'd never listened to it before. Damn, what the fuck? This goes hard. Damn. Okay, well, I did about as badly on VG Bando as I expected. I gotta get one I recognize at some point. Okay, that's classed as hard. Give me something easy. Give me something fucking easy. The fact that it just okay, medium. I feel like I should get it just from that. This is a Mario game. I promise you, this is a Mario game. I promise you, this is fucking. This is Mario something. This is fucking. I don't know. Give me something else. Okay, might not be Mario. It sounds so Mario-y to me. Yeah. That's this song, right? Yeah. This is fucking. Isn't that the SNES title theme? Is it that? It's fucking that game. It's fucking Mario World. I don't remember what song it is though. Is it Overworld 1? What fucking song is it? Okay, fuck you. Okay, I got that. I don't give a fuck. I don't even care what theme it is. I got the game right. I just couldn't get the exact song right, okay? I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know why. I don't play video games. I don't know why I thought I'd be able to guess these fucking songs. Drums. That's just nothing. What the hell is that? Okay. Is it Game & Watch? This is like fucking Game & Watch theme tune. This is awesome bullshit I have never heard in my life. I don't know why. This is Luigi's Mansion? Bro, I don't know why I thought I would know video game music. I'm kind of shocked at how little I know. I don't know anything. This is expert, apparently. Imagine I one shot this. Oh, different chord progression than I was expecting. I just want to know what song this is. Wasn't expecting that. It's still going. Bass. Okay. I just want to know what. This kind of sounds familiar to me. I know this fucking song. I know this song. I've heard this song. It's from a Zelda game, right? Isn't it from fucking Link's Awakening? Boom. Damn, chiptune's so good. They had such good music back then. When's the last game you played that had a good soundtrack? I'm serious. Tell me. When's the last time you played a game and you were like, damn, what a great soundtrack? Never, because it never fucking happens, because no one makes good music anymore except me. Every single fucking 8-bit, 16-bit game has at least one banger. That's what I like to call no thank yous with lore. Every single 8-bit and 16-bit game has to have at least one banger in the soundtrack. Doesn't mean the whole soundtrack's good, but they all have at least one banger. Every single one. So good. I need to make more chiptune. I can actually load up like a proper like Family Track or some shit and bust some out. That sounds like a fun way to spend an afternoon. For some reason, I slept a really fucking long time. I have no idea why. Um, but what I've started doing these days is I'll wake up, and then when I wake up, basically as soon as I wake up, I'll take a caffeine pill. And the caffeine pills I have are 100 milligrams of caffeine, 200 milligrams of L-theanine. Um, L-theanine is it's in tea. It's like a it helps to even though 100 milligrams of caffeine isn't very much. L-theanine it as far as I understand it, it like rounds out. It like helps you to not get jitters and stuff from caffeine. Um, I don't know. I find it to be a bit more of a chill experience for like tea versus coffee. But then what I like to do is I'll wait a few hours, then I'll have breakfast. And my breakfast is normally savory. It's always savory. My breakfast is always savory. I'm not a sweet breakfast guy. Don't worry. This is on screen for a reason. Um, I'm not a sweet breakfast guy. When I was a kid. Now I like to think I'm not a sweet breakfast guy because it feels better, right? Like when I wake up, I feel like I've been sweating and I want something salty to like replenish my electrolytes or whatever the fuck. I don't know if that's real, but that's how I feel. Like the best in the morning, if I have miso soup with breakfast, I feel fucking great for like hours after that. I don't normally do that because finding good instant miso outside of Japan is kind of hard. Um, it's not that hard, but it's a little more like you gotta pay it. It's a little more expensive than it's really worth. But the point is, miso soup for breakfast is really good. Anything umami salty for breakfast, I really like. I really fuck with it. Um, and recently, but often eggs. I like to think that that's why I like that I'm more of a savory breakfast guy than a sweet breakfast guy. I think cereal is great for every meal other than breakfast. Like I just don't want a bunch of sugar in the morning, which is interesting because growing up I had cereal for breakfast most of the time. And I think, if I wanted to take more of a psychological rather than physiological investigation of why I prefer a savory breakfast, I think growing up on school days, what I'd do is I'd wake up, I'd pour myself a bowl of cereal, and then I'd leave it, go have a shower for 5 minutes, come out of the shower, and then I'd eat the cereal because I liked it to be soggy. I know some people think that's like insane, but cereal it's autism, right? The cereal is too fucking crunchy. It's too crunchy. It's a terrible texture. You gotta let it sog up in the milk first. Otherwise, it's like really unpleasant. Um, so that's what I'd do, and I'd have cereal for breakfast pretty much every day. But then on the weekends, particularly when I got a little older, what I'd do is because I had more time in the morning, I wasn't rushing out to go to school, I would make either boiled eggs and toast or I would make a cheese toasty for breakfast. And I think what that means is I learned to associate sweet breakfast with unpleasant school time rush and savory breakfast with relaxed, weekend time. So maybe that's the psychological reason why I prefer a savory breakfast. Um, I tend to have eggs mainly just because I tend to have eggs and bread. just because eggs and bread is cheap. That's pretty much the reason. Sometimes I'll have some sort of cured meat with it, like spam sometimes, or ham. Uh, and if I'm gonna have a vegetable, it would probably be spinach, because I find that spinach and eggs go together really well. Uh, that's my breakfast takes. But then what I've taken to doing this past week is that then after I have breakfast, I will have an espresso shot of this cold brew XX espresso cold brew coffee with almond Califia Farms, which I just like found at the shop. Uh, and I found that this helps to, because the thing is, when you're making eggs, when I'm making eggs at least, I tend to put a lot of fat in them. Firstly, because it tastes good, and secondly, because it means they don't stick to my pans, which aren't the best quality. My non-stick pans are all kind of degraded. I need to buy new ones because the non-stick coating has kind of come off of all of them. Um, but then I have kind of conundrum with that because I don't really want to buy non-stick pans because they're bad for the environment. The PUFAs are like, they're not good. I don't want to throw them out. I have no idea if Teflon is actually good or bad for you if you eat it. I've seen mixed reports. Some people say it doesn't do anything. Some people say it's bad for you. I don't think there's much conclusive evidence on that. But I think in terms of the environmental impact of uh, PUFAs, I think it's pretty clear at this point that they're not good for the environment. And I would rather not contribute too much to that by buying non-stick pans constantly. But the only pan I have, so I have a wok that is really well seasoned. I can definitely fry eggs in a wok, but then the problem is that like getting a whole wok out, like you know, woks are kind of annoying to deal with for small portions. Like you kind of need to be cooking a whole meal in a wok. Um, I also have a cast iron pan and I have a stainless steel pan. This both of those I tend to find, even with proper technique, um, like people will say, "Oh, you can cook eggs in a cast iron pan easily." What you have to do is you just have to get it really, really hot until you start seeing the Leidenfrost effect when you drip water on it. You'll find a million YouTube videos that tell you to do this. The problem is that's too fucking hot for eggs. You can't scramble eggs at that temperature. They're gonna burn. Although to be fair, if you're doing like a low and slow scramble, they won't stick to the pan anyway. So maybe that's the play. Maybe I just go back to doing like a low and slow French style scramble like I used to do back in the day. But the thing is, that takes ages. That's why I stopped doing it, is it takes so fucking long to do that. And it also uses a lot of butter. Um, so maybe it's time to switch up. I don't know. Maybe not switch up my breakfast. But what I've been doing recently is I've been having egg sandwiches. But because the way that you make an egg sandwich, you kind of need the eggs to stay whole when you flip them into like one big omelet. And I find that they easily will, if they stick to the pan, you're basically fucked, and you have to just have shitty overcooked scrambled eggs instead of a nice sort of patty of eggs in an egg sandwich. Um, so I tend to use a little too much oil. Anyway, the point is, I tend to feel a little bogged down after I have breakfast because my breakfasts are often fattier than I think they should be. And that's something I need to work on personally. That's something I need to, I could, I think, I think switching over to maybe poached eggs, or boiled eggs would be the best option. I think poached is probably better. I like poached eggs. I like making poached eggs. I don't find it very difficult. I don't know why people have this idea that poached eggs are like hard to make. I think I've messed up poached eggs like twice in my life. They're really easy. I don't know why people have this idea about them. The only problem is it takes a while for the water to boil to make poached eggs, which is kind of annoying having to wait for that. Uh, but maybe that's the play. Maybe I switch because then you don't have to have any extra fat other than a bit of butter on the bread. Um, And I think I'm gonna have to do that actually. I think I might have to switch from scrambled or fried eggs or whatever to poached. I think that's a good idea actually. I don't know why I hadn't. I mean, I make poached eggs from time to time, but normally when I make them, it's like I want to switch things up. That's when I make them. It's when I'm thinking I want to have something different for breakfast today. I'm gonna poach the eggs instead of scrambling them. Um, but maybe that's a good idea to just have that as my mainstay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna do that then. Anyway, I'll then have an espresso shot after breakfast. Um, and I've recently increased my caffeine intake significantly. Firstly, with this second espresso, well, I'll have the 100 milligrams with L-theanine when I wake up. Then I'll have an espresso, and then after lunch, I'll have another one. Um, and that really just sets me up for the day. I feel like I'm so much more focused all day. I'm pretty sure I have ADHD or some shit because, like, the difference between when I'm caffeinated and when I'm not is very significant. I don't know. I don't want to self-diagnose with anything, but I think everyone would feel better if they were caffeinated. But I found that this stuff tastes really good. It's too sweet, but other than that, it tastes really good, and it's zero effort. And because the problem with the caffeine pills is that you have to take a whole pill every time. They're like little capsules, right? And so you can't dose lower. Like I don't know how much is in an espresso shot, but it's probably not very much. Um, because this isn't like an actual. It's called a espresso shot, but it doesn't taste as strong as a real espresso. Anywhere near as strong as a real espresso. Um, so it's like a very weak espresso. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd probably say we're talking like between maybe 70 to 100 milligrams. Probably around 70, 80 milligrams of caffeine. I could probably just from feeling. If I like look, I could probably figure it out actually. Um, what does it say? Caffeine. Okay, well, it says there's approximately 91 milligrams of caffeine per 250 milliliter serving. Um, and a espresso shot is like 40 milliliters or something. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Listen, it's not that much, is my point. This is like not very much caffeine. It's just a tiny little micro dose, and I feel like it helps me a lot. Keeps me a lot more energized. So I think I'm gonna, and it's not that expensive for looking like something kind of fancy. It's not bad at all. My mal stats are fucking crazy right now. Okay, look at this. I just hit 90 days of anime yesterday. I don't know why this phone has so much trouble focusing on screens. Come on, just fucking focus. Holy shit, it's so bad. Sorry for the shaky cam. You know what, I'm gonna not zoom in. Let's zoom out, and I'll just move my phone Oh my god, it won't let me. It's garbage. Okay, so I have 90 days. Hey, maybe if I put my finger in the shot, I can focus on that. I hit 90 days yesterday after finishing Mug Cup, season 2. I have now completed 420. It's crazy. I hit 90, I've completed 420, and after adding City the animation to my plan to watch, which is coming out in 2025, it's in the same mangaka as Nichijou. I hit 1,000 total entries, which includes all of these. Um, so I'm now on like 90, 420, and 1,000. Fascinating. But I still have 10 shows that I'm currently watching. Um, and we have to decide which one we're going to finish today. Nothing easy left. uh, so Anyamaru Tante Kiraminzu, Cardcaptor Sakura, Haruka no Receive, which honestly I didn't really enjoy the first 2 episodes that much, so I don't know how that's going to pan out. Henji no Salad Bowl, again, kind of mid-seasonal show. This Konosuba spin-off, which again, I also kind of didn't care about. Sakura Sono Pet Nakanojo, which I was kind of enjoying. Shiko no Konoko Noko. I'm going to wait. I guess When I don't know when this finishes. Oh, is it finished? I don't know if this is finished airing yet. I don't like watching shows as they're airing. I prefer to marathon them once I finish. But I think today we might, and I also have Tamayura more aggressive, um, which I am very excited to watch because I think this is going to be amazing, given how good the first two episodes were, given how good the previous season of Tamayura was. And I also want to watch Slow Loop because I watched the first two episodes of Slow Loop and I loved it, and I just never finished it for some reason. Um, and also, yeah, all of these are good shows. This is the thing, well, not all of them, but there's a lot of good shows on here which I think are gonna get. I think I'm gonna really enjoy. So I'm actually kind of excited. I'm fucking trying out Deadlock right now, and I'm doing terribly because it's my first MOBA game. It's my first ever round of a MOBA in my life. Our team is getting hard carried by this person. And as you can see, I am doing fucking terribly. Uh, I have no idea what I'm doing because the training mode didn't make any. I mean, what happened was it was like, okay, here you can train a character, and I picked a character that looked interesting, which was this one, the blue sniper lady, because I thought I don't know how the fuck MOBA abilities work. I've never played a MOBA, but I can probably shoot people. I'm decent. My aim is like not that bad. So maybe if I play like a sniper character, and I feel like I got her abilities kind of down, and then I went to play a game, and it was like, oh yeah, you actually can't just cube. You don't get to just pick whatever character you want. There's like rules about team composition. Like what the fuck? I just don't get to play the game. The second I put the camera down, I got a kill, but I was just third party. I was just cleaning up. Someone else had done all the damage. It was my second kill of the game. But the problem is this game lasts for so fucking long. It's been half an hour. I just wanted to try out a quick game. Now I have to play half an hour of a character I don't even like. This character's so fucking boring. It doesn't make any sense. This character doesn't make any fucking sense. You're supposed to do close range damage. It's supposedly. It looks like from his abilities, but you don't have like good movement speed or really tanky health. So like how exactly are you supposed to get in close range and sustain in a fight? I don't fucking understand it. There must be a way, but whatever it is, I don't know what it is. Um, I'm clearly not using abilities properly. Uh, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. I want to play from a distance where you could shoot people, but I can't. I don't. You don't get to play that character. Sorry. My abilities don't do any damage. I have zero health, and meanwhile, there's a bunch of characters like this fucking guy whose ability is like Death Beam that does 1 billion damage. The guy playing him can't fucking aim, but it doesn't matter because he does 1 billion damage, shreds your health. This guy has like a weird fucking orb that kills you. Like I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to avoid these attacks, but most importantly, I don't know how to do any real damage. I use my abilities and they just don't fucking do it. Like they don't seem to do anything. I don't know. Look, well, it looks like we're losing because we're pushed all the way back. That doesn't look good. That looks pretty bad, actually. We fucking finally lost. 38 minutes, 39 minutes. Oh, the camera lens. There we go. Look how bad. Not good. I wouldn't could particularly call my performance good. 2 kills. It's not great. But my first ever time playing a MOBA. I don't know what that means. Um, is the game fun? Well, that game wasn't fun. Um, Probably because, it says learn to play, right? And it makes you do this before you do anything, right? And so I did the hero training. And then once you do it, it just kicks you out and is like, yep, now do the lane training, which just takes like 2 minutes and it's just like, here's the map, basically. Um, So I didn't realize that you wouldn't just be able to pick whatever character you wanted. So I only learned like one character. Like I only practiced this one, which I quite liked, Vindicta. I played Vindicta and I was like, this is satisfying and I feel like I understand where all of these abilities would be used, right? And then when I queued up, it was like, okay, now you have to pick you know, pick which three characters you want to play in order. So I was like, well, obviously Vindicta. And then I thought I tried another one out, but I couldn't find it. Like I couldn't remember which one was the other one that I'd practiced. I thought it might have been this one, but I guess it fucking wasn't, or maybe I just forgot how it worked. Either way, this is Abrams. charges into close, bulked and sustained to lead from the front, often running into the middle of his foes and watching them scatter. That's not my experience. My experience is Abrams runs in and immediately fucking dies and does zero damage. It's no, I don't know if it's my aim that's bad, but the guns don't do any damage. Like, I don't understand. The guns don't even do anything. It's the abilities that do. Like, if you're fighting the little robot guys, the little NPCs to collect points to upgrade, then you use the gun. But when you're fighting other dudes, the guns don't fucking do anything. This gun definitely doesn't do anything. It does no damage. Um, I don't understand. I need this all explained to me in TF2. I understand this. This is a sniper. This is also a sniper. This makes sense. This is a huntsman sniper. This is stock sniper. I can wrap my head around that. This one of them spy. I saw spy at some point. This one's kind of spy. But there's one that can like teleport behind you. I don't remember which one it is. This one, Pocket. This one's Spy. I understand that, and I'm assuming. Uh, wait, which one was it? Was it this one? No. There's one that like electrocutes people. This is NG. That makes sense. And this one I think is probably demo, given that like you're dealing with crowds. I haven't tried it. Um, like I can understand it in TF2 terms, but I need to spend more time learning what the fuck the abilities do. Because I spent half the time just fat fingering the wrong fucking like this Abrams bitch, right? Has this charge ability, this shoulder charge that doesn't do anything. Like, can you see how it does no fucking damage? Like, look when hold on, where's the charge? Look, it just does no damage. It does nothing. It just knocks people around. What the fuck is the point? What is the point of this ability? I don't understand. Um, this is the only one that does anything, the seismic impact. That's the only one that does any actual damage. This one literally does no damage, it just regens health. I guess Abrams is heavy. That's what, but then this is Sandwich. Like, it's just a passive. It just, like, passively regens health, which took me ages to fucking figure out. And then this one's, like, also health regen. So I guess the idea is you go close range and you have a bunch of sustain. But the thing is, it's so fucking easy for people to just run away because you have like a dash in this game. So no one stays in close range. So like, why would anyone ever stay in close range with you? This guy fucking sucks. I'm never. This is a terrible guy. Long range that makes sense. I like long range. I like this blue head. This one makes sense. You shoot people. I can shoot people. I understand shooting people. Um, I don't know, man. Game's fucking weird. MOBAs in general are really weird. As someone who like, if you never played a MOBA, like halfway through the game, someone got on the mic and was like, "We got to do the mid boss." What the fuck? There's bosses. I was like, what? There's like a boss NPC that you have to kill. What the fuck? Why? What is that? I don't understand what the killing the boss does. Like, how does that help you? I don't understand. The game never told me what that does. That's never mentioned in the tutorial what killing the mid boss does. I'm assuming if you've played a MOBA, it's something that you already understand, but I don't know what the fuck a mid boss is. And there's little NPCs everywhere that you can I don't know, man. Shit makes no fucking sense to me. This shit is just gobbledygook to me. I think if the game had let me just play the character that I wanted to play, I might have had more luck. What I wanted to do was I wanted to look around and try and find a character with like fun movement. I saw one in this game that we just played. There was someone on our team who was running around. Um, was it this? Was it Hayes? It might have been. It was a lady. I think it might have been Hayes. Seemed to have really fast movement speed. Uh, I don't know. I can't tell. But anyway, let me tell you about Deadlock. Let me actually just talk about it as a game. What do I think? It's too early to know because I haven't really figured the game out at all. I don't really understand how it works. I have no understanding of the strategy in the game at all. Um, I think it's probably bad as a first MOBA. Like it doesn't make, especially because this is like an alpha build, so it doesn't have like that much tutorializing in it yet or anything like that. I should probably go watch like a beginner tutorial or something on YouTube. Uh, yeah, there's really not very much information on like what strategy is or whatever. But as far as I can tell, like the game feels pretty good in terms of like the movement and shooting feel great in my opinion. They're a little boring, I found, which is pretty much what I thought would happen. Like compared to TF2, in TF2, the movement and shooting is a lot more active and skill expressive, right? Whereas in this game, it's a lot more you press the button and your character does the thing, rather than it feels like you're doing the thing, which is how it looked from gameplay. So I'm not really surprised at that. I feel like you couldn't really combine a movement shooter with a MOBA in the same way, so it kind of makes sense. Everything's a bullet sponge in this game, but it seems like the shoot like honestly, your mechanical skill at like being able to click heads doesn't really matter that much. Like the hitboxes are super forgiving. I think it's more like being able to time your abilities correctly and position yourself well, and gather as many souls and have good build like when you upgrade like matters more than actually just shooting the guy. I also think the game's too fucking long, man. Like what was that? It's like half an hour. That's too much. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to. I've been spoiled by TF2, where if a match is getting boring, you can just dip. You can just leave, and no one even gives a fuck. Um, and it's kind of annoying. Not, I don't know. I don't know, man. Do I want to keep playing this game? I have no idea. I have no idea if I want to keep playing this game. Um, I can like imagine there being sort of fun stuff once you figure out how the game works. But I don't know if I really want to put in the effort to figure out how the game works. You know, uh, it doesn't feel that good. Like I don't know. I might fuck around with it a little more, see how I feel. After playing a little more Deadlock, I think the game's not for me. Even though I can appreciate various things about the game, I can appreciate the gunplay having a complete, very good sound design and whatever. I just think the way that you're supposed to play a MOBA is very different from the way I've ever played any game, I think. Um, like, I'm trying to sort of think outside. I'm thinking, like, okay, well, I know that the strategy is supposed to be a big thing here. And the character, like, I was trying out some other characters, like, hey, this one has like a stealth ability, and clearly what I'm supposed to do here is like get behind the enemy team and do damage to their backlines or sneak up on people or whatever. They tried that out against some bots with middling effectiveness, but anytime I would try and do anything actually creative in terms of like positioning on the map, a couple of things would hold me back, but mainly the sort of really high time to kill that the characters who can easily get into or who I don't know. I'm just kind of confused about what's the fun part of the game, basically. Uh, like you just kind of hold down mouse one and shoot things constantly and use your abilities whenever you have them. Uh, yeah, it's a lot of killing. But I don't really. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of skill involved, not just in terms of aim and normal shooting mechanics, but in terms of tactics. But I can't see it myself. I can't see where that skill is. So I'm not sure about Deadlock personally. I've watched a bit more Deadlock gameplay and guides and tips and tricks and whatever, just to try and wrap my head around the game a bit better. And I've kind of gone back to my original conception of the game, which is that I'm struggling to figure out where the fun part is supposed to be. Like, now that I understand how the game is supposed to be played, this is what I understand is you most, like, pretty much, if you're actually, like, directly fighting the other guy, one of you is fucked up real bad. Like, at least earlier on in the game. Like, if you're actually, and if either of you are in any real danger, you fucked up real bad. Like, the majority of the game is just farming the little guys, the little minion guys, right? That's the majority of the game. And going into the jungle to pick up camps, get souls, and level as fast and hard as possible. And then, like, I don't know, man. I struggle to see how that's fun. And then, like, the game part happens like 20 minutes into the game. Like, 20 minutes in, you now get to actually kind of fight each other a bit more. I don't know, man. It just seems odd. And the combat doesn't seem that entertaining to me. Like, even at a slightly higher level. The thing is, Deadlock is a MOBA third person shooter crossover, but it is like 90% MOBA, 10% shooter. And that is just doesn't, like, MOBA as a genre kind of doesn't compute for me. Just kind of, I don't really understand where the dopamine comes from. you know? Like, the guns feel good to shoot in Deadlock. Don't get me wrong. The guns feel real good. Great sound design and animations and stuff, especially the sound design. Um, really sells the bullet impacts and whatever. Like, it's satisfying to just rack up to, like, farm little guys. Like, I get it. Like, the idea is you sort of farm the little guys, you farm as many as you can, you deny your opponent getting souls as much as possible, you don't push up too far, you try and punish if your opponent in your lane pushes up too far, you try and punish him so that he runs away, and then at some point, you know, ideally you have enough upgrades so that you're strong, and ideally you're stronger before your opponent, and then your opponent fucks up somehow and ends up overextending or something, or is somewhat weak, and then you can punish by being stronger and get a kill. And then once you've got that kill, you can push forwards and kill their first guardian. And then from there, I don't really understand what happens in the game. It seems like there's more team fights after that point, after, like, the first few guardians have gone down on random lanes and whatever. I don't really understand how team fights work. I'm sure this is probably like the fun part of the game, but it just it sort of gets, it looks like Overwatch in terms of, like, it's just lots of colors and abilities and ults being used, and it just doesn't really make any sense to me. People are just sort of pressing buttons, and yeah, like, I feel like with a bit of practice, going offline, practicing against bots, you could get, I could get, I mean, I personally could probably learn to get get money pretty quick, get souls pretty damn fast at the start of the game. I could learn where all the camps are in the jungles and when they spawn, and figure out, whatever. Like, I feel like I could do that pretty well and get leveled pretty decently. Once that happens, I don't really. And you know what's surprising is, the Abrams guy that I was playing as is complaining about. Apparently, he's one of the stronger characters, stronger heroes. Apparently, he's one of the better heroes, which doesn't make any sense to me. I couldn't figure out how the fuck to use his abilities effectively. Um, but apparently he's strong because he has like really a good sustain. I guess my build was bad, and that's why I kept dying because I wasn't farming effectively. Like I was trying to actually kill the other guy, but you don't really want to do that unless you have a very strong advantage. It seems like you really just want to be farming. In fact, killing other players is really just like if you actually think about it, right? The aim of the game is to kill the other team's guardians, not to kill them. Doesn't really matter if they're alive or dead, if you can kill their guardians. You know, it's kind of like I guess any objective-based game is like that, but yeah, I don't know. It seems the game's also long as fuck. Like each game, you're talking like 30 to 45 minutes per game. Like that's a lot, man. For like I don't know. I might play a bit more tomorrow, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give Deadlock like one more chance to give me any hint of fun. Like I'll play a little bit tomorrow. I'll try it out. You know, maybe I'll play a game against bots and then play a real game. See how it goes. But honestly, it really doesn't look that fun. Even watching gameplay of people who like know what they're doing, presuming that at some point I would be someone who knows what they're doing. I just don't. I don't really know. You know what I mean? Like I just don't really get it. I don't really get how that's fun. Like where's the cool shit? Nothing cool really happens. You know? I don't. I just don't really. I don't really understand. I like Team Fortress 2 because you could do cool stuff, and if you fuck up, it doesn't really matter. You know? Played some Spy in Team Fortress 2 today, and I'm starting to figure out trick steps. I've actually gotten significantly better at trick steps. I've started to have a better sense of where the hitboxes are for side stabs and how it works a little bit better. And I pulled off a effective circle strafe for the first time in a Spy v Spy. I don't know how I did it. It was kind of just instinct. I just kind of saw the opportunity and took it. But Matadors, I'm starting to figure out how Matadors work a bit more reliably. Um, the key for me has been figuring out mouse movement in terms of trick stabs. Like I kind of thought that trick stabs were all about strafing, but actually mouse movement in conjunction with your strafe keys is just as important for tricking the enemy. Um, uh, yeah, no, Spy is fun. Spy is like absurdly fun. I've always thought that Spy is really fun. Obviously, the problem with Spy is that he's like Spy is like the perfect class to main on the one hand because it's a it's like got an insanely high skill ceiling. It's really swag. Um, it's really like uh kind of all or nothing, right? Either you get a kill, in which case you instantly kill the other person, or whatever, right? Uh, it's very technical. It's very theory based. But then the ultimate aspect of it is that you're not relying on your team at all. You're completely solo in the back lines. You don't need a medic. You don't need reliable teammates. You don't give a fuck about the objective. You're just pick class, purely. Um, and so that's why I think Spy is. And when you pull off whatever. The point is, you're very solo. You're very swag, and it's a class that's weak. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff's going on with Spy compared to Demo, who is like extremely reliant on medic, very reliant on your team in general. Like demo can be really, really strong. I know this video is just every video I make just turns into me ranting about Team Fortress 2. Okay, fuck it. We do like an hour or however long this video has been of anime reviews, and then we do an hour of Team Fortress 2 reviews. That's how videos are. Demo is can be really, really strong with a good team to back him up. But has such glaring weaknesses in terms of like range and in terms of finishing potential that you know and in terms of like sustained damage, right? Demo can't do sustained damage because you have to reload. You have really, really long reload animations, um, where you're just completely out of the fight. And in those situations, you have to rely on your team to keep you safe while you're backing up into a corner and reloading, or around a corner and reloading. You need dispensers, you need sentries to protect you, you need a medic to buff you, etc. Right? Like, you don't have the movement that a soldier or scout has to get out of a sticky situation. You need to stick with your team so that you can fall back, and have them protect you if something bad happens. The whole point being that playing Demo Man means play, and also Demo is often not like, I think hitting pipes is very flashy, but the stock bog standard Demo Man gameplay is very like objective oriented, right? It's basically putting traps in order to stop the enemy from getting to the objective, uh, which can be fun to some extent, right? I think it's fun, but it's also like fairly brain dead. It's fairly brain dead. It's fairly repetitive, and you know, it's not. It's a very, very, very different class, right? It's the opposite, the exact opposite of spy. Maybe not the exact opposite, but very close to the opposite of spy, right? It's very team oriented, very objective oriented, very sort of pretty slow, methodical gameplay. Um, thinking about lots of reloading, very mid range. Obviously, spy is close range. Demo is very mid range and sucks in close range. Um, you know, very reliant on medic. It's a very different way of playing the game, and it's a way I quite enjoy. I mean, I enjoy playing both. I enjoy both, but I will say, if you're playing spy, it's good to have good teammates, right? Because they distract people. It doesn't really matter that much, right? Like no one really gives a shit. But if you're playing, like if what I'm imagining is like having a good demo on your team when you're playing spy is like cool. It's kind of whatever. It's neutral to good. On the one hand, either they're not near the demo and it doesn't matter, or on the other hand, they're busy trying to deal with all the sticky spam and they're completely distracted, allowing you to go in and get some stabs, and that's good. But as a demo, it really doesn't fucking matter if your team has a good spy. As any other class, it doesn't fucking matter if your team has a good spy. A good spy is completely meaningless for the outcome of a game. The only situation where spy is ever useful is number one, like if it spy would be really good if team coordination existed in casual, because like a spy sapping an NG's building so that your team can push in is really good, but spy rarely like destroys buildings, right? Spy is best for like temporarily sapping a building to disable it and then having your team push in to clear, right? Which works if your team is coordinated. If 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 it would be great, it would be amazing if you were in a VC with a spy and you could say, okay, sap the building in 3, 2, 1. buildings are sapped. Then you pop Uber, destroy the sentry, and then push in, and then boom, boom, boom. Amazing way to take an objective. That is also to some extent how Spy is played in competitive. You know, that is not how Spy works in casual. So pretty much, you know, there's not that much point in mentioning that. Uh, but Spy, like the only times that it's actually useful to have a Spy is to kill the other team's medic. Because obviously Uber is the most overpowered thing in the game, so resetting the other team's Uber is pretty big. Uh, but medics are fairly difficult to backstab because they have nothing else to do other than spy check, and so any half decent medic will be fairly tricky to stab. Uh, Although you can't, it's obviously not that hard to get kills on a medic as spy, but uh, you know, Spy can drop a medic, but in order to do that, he has to put himself in so much danger. And yeah, I hate to tell you, but everyone can drop a medic. Like a sniper could have done that and gotten 5 other kills as well. Easier, faster probably, right? Like as a roaming soldier could have easily jumped to their backlines and dropped their medic. Any this kind of thing can happen. It's just not even a very unique or important role because other classes that can do the same thing just as effectively. Uh, so if you're playing spy, you have to be aware that unless you are the only spy on your team, having one spy on your team is good. Having 3 spies on your team is basically throwing the game. So unless you're the only spy on your team, you have to be aware that you're actively choosing to annoy to ruin the fucking game for anyone who actually wants to win. And also, obviously, the more spies you have, the less effective spy becomes because they're going to be spy checking like crazy. They're going to be more aware. Um, so I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. But trick stabs are really fun. Is my end point here. Figuring out trick stabs, it's so fucking satisfying to hit trick stabs. I understand why people are so addicted to the idea of trick stabs now. And I'm starting to understand, like, just the general ways in which you're not completely fucked if you get caught out as spy. Like, the ways to use your movement. Like, it's very. Movement on spy is, like, really, really complex and really, really deep and really interesting. That's what that segment really, what I was trying to say is movement. I like it. I like movement in Source games, and on Spy is a completely unique type of movement where you're using it to play mind games with your opponent. That's a really interesting way to apply all of the Source engine movement techniques that I have accumulated over many years in a novel way that I quite like. Okay, easy fucking bandle. Easy fucking bandle. 2010, 250 mil, hard. Drums, bass, electric guitar, synth, electric backing vocals. Okay, let's see. 2010. California girls were unforgettable. That would have more views, and it's slower, I think. Okay, we're gonna have to skip bass. A little bit funky. It it could legitimately be It's Katy Perry. It's got to be Katy Perry. This sounds Katy Perry to me. What do we got? We got that Dark Horse, Hot and Cold Raw, Teenage Dream. It's got to be either. I'm gonna send Teenage Dream. No. This sounds like every Katy Perry song. Okay, but is it California Girls? There's no way, right? Because if it is, that was my first guess, and I was too pussy to guess it. Okay, good. I know this song. I know this fucking song. I remember this from 2010. I don't know what it is, but I. The thing is, it's just generic. It's just generic pop song. This song is literally just generic pop song. It doesn't have any standout features. I'm gonna re-listen. I feel like the da 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 is telling you, or isn't? Wait, isn't that a Taylor Swift song? Okay, I don't know. Fuck, man. I know this song. I just don't know the lyrics. Lift your cup. Is it called Raise Your Glass? Pink. Pink! I forgot about Pink. Of course it's Pink. Of course, generic 2010 pop song is Pink. It couldn't be anyone other than Pink. If it's not Katy Perry, it's Pink. I should have known that. Most generic sounding 2010 pop song of all time. If it's not Katy Perry, it's Pink. Obvious flowchart. Easy. Should have guessed that. I'm gonna listen to it now. I'm gonna not record it so that I don't get copy strike. Okay, so I played quite a bit more Deadlock today. I played some Team Fortress 2 first, and was not having as much luck today with the games as I was yesterday. I did hit a couple of interesting moments, but I've noticed playing at nighttime is probably just bad. Like when I'm nocturnal, as I am now, uh, there's not many European servers with players on them, and then I end up in these like really high ping. Either they're like Eastern European servers where I'm on like 80 ping, or they're um Western United States, New York servers where I'm on like 100 ping, and that's just not fun. No matter what class you're playing, no matter how that's just not fun. Uh, and I don't know what it is, but I don't know. I feel like ever since a few days ago, uh, so the game has been something about demo man has just been like unfun for me. So I haven't really been playing demo at all, which is fine. I'm just I mean, I played a little bit because I wanted to grind my strange weapons, so I just loaded into Skyle 2 for a while. But I think I committed way too hard to. I think what's actually happened with me in TF2 is that I've just burnt out on demo because I committed really, really hard to just grinding demo. I have more hours on demo than I do on any other class. Like, I have more than twice the amount of hours on demo than I do to my next most played class. Um, and I've hit a wall of diminishing returns where it feels like I'm really struggling to improve, really running up against demo's limitations and not being able to work around them very well. Uh, and so previously I would have just played more Pyro, but again, like Pyro is such a limit. Like I don't know, I'm having more fun playing Spy, so I'm kind of just playing Spy these days, or I'm trying to play more Spy. Uh, the thing about Spy is trick stabs are really really fun when you hit them. But the thing about Spy, which is well known, so there's not really much point in me pointing it out, and I'm not going to talk about this for too long. Don't let me. Don't let me talk about this for too long, because this is supposed to be a segment about Deadlock. Spy obviously relies on your opponents being bad, right? Like to be a really successful spy is to be taking advantage of your opponents, the enemy team, being dog shit at the game. Like you shouldn't be able to reliably hit trick stabs on good players. You can hit some from time to time, but like spy thrives at pushing. Like it turns a win into a. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you're already winning, it's good. If you're not already winning, it's not good. And the other thing, as I said before, is that Spy, like when you're playing Spy, it's a very solo experience. Like honestly, I don't find myself really giving a fuck if my team is winning or losing the game. If I, as long as I'm getting kills and it's fun. Which is probably a healthier way to play the game. But I know from experience that it's really frustrating to play with teammates like that. Uh, but anyway, I decided to play some Deadlock, and I've started to. I regret to inform you, Deadlock might be a good ass game. Deadlock might be fun. I can see how I've begun to realize the depth of the game, um, and it's kind of scary. Like I'm actually kind of scared because I've like I realized today like just how many things you actually have to juggle at once in your active memory, and like be paying attention to like every single possible option that you have to min max at every possible opportunity. It's like playing Medic on steroids. Like heal priority, tracking Uber, trying to stay alive, right? But then in addition, oh man, it's so much. It's like an impossible amount of stuff to be paying attention to that I can really understand how deep the decision making in a MOBA like Deadlock would be. That's the first time today that I've noticed and understood that about the game. Now I've just been playing against bots. I haven't played against real people since that first game I tried out. I think I want to be like kind of decent against the medium difficulty bots until I jump into a another game with real people. Because playing against bots is actually pretty fun. Like when you're playing Deadlock, you're mostly killing bots anyway. you know, like so it doesn't make that much of a difference. Uh, because I still made way too many mistakes today, even though I played like three different games, and the bot games last a really, really long time. They last like an hour each because the bots don't know how to push together and like coordinate pushes. So the game even gives you a warning when you queue into a bot game. It says like bot games last longer because bots don't know how to coordinate. Um, but honestly, I had fun. Uh, there's still a long, long, long way to go, but I could definitely see myself grinding this game, which is kind of scary because I don't really want to. I don't really want to grind the game, but I think I was playing a different character. I don't know the names of the characters, but yesterday I was practicing this sniper long distance character. The thing about the sniper long distance character, right? I forgot her name, the blue haired sniper long distance character. Okay, so I've tried out, these are the different Deadlock heroes. I tried a bit of Abrams out. That was the first time I played a real game. I played Abrams, and I had a lot of trouble with it. But I think if I gave it another go now that I understand a bit more, I think I would be much more successful on Abrams. Hayes is the one I was having a little more success with today. I really quite like Hayes's ult. I think Hayes's ult is really cool. It's apparently very similar to someone's ult from Overwatch, but I've never played Overwatch, so I don't know what character that is. But apparently it's very similar. Um, but what I like is how she sort of snowballs. Uh, that was pretty fun. And then Vindicta is the sniper long range character. And Vindicta is a pretty different from these two. Like Abrams is very tanky because he has a bunch of abilities to heal. Hayes also can have healing abilities that you can unlock from the shop. But Vindicta is basically fucked if you're in like an actual close range engagement. Like where you're, I think, as far as I can tell, her ult like refreshes faster than other ults in the game, and the ult it like puts you into a sniper POV and lets you do long range damage. Uh, and that I can see being really, really overpowered if you like get really good at it. Because I already managed to make some pretty good use of that ult. Um, because it makes retreat. It kind of neutralizes the power of retreating, and retreating is like extremely powerful. So being able to neutralize that is pretty big. There's still so many other characters to try out. Uh, I really don't know what I'm doing, but yeah, I think what I need to do is really just like memorize the map better because I kept getting lost. Even though there's a mini map, like the map actually has like underground sections and buildings that you can go into, and it has rooftops that you can go on. It's like the mini map doesn't really tell you all that much, It just sort of gives, it doesn't give all that information, so it's pretty easy to get lost. Uh, so I think memorizing the map a bit better, like, because there's a lot of rooms where like little power ups spawn and souls and stuff that would be super useful to just have memorized and know exactly where to go to farm. Uh, but I really don't know that, and I'm sure that'll come with time. But I think the faster I can learn that stuff, the better. And I think I'm just being kind of inefficient in terms of farming early game. Like I'm not quite sure what to do because there's two things you have to like in the early part of the game. In other words, in the early game, you have to juggle like winning your lane versus farming souls. You kind of can't do both at the same time, right? Because farming souls means going into the jungle and destroying camps, which I think so. There's also like spawn the different camps. There's different levels of camps that spawn at different times. So like the level one camps spawn at 2 minutes in, and it's like if you if you want to like abandon your lane 2 minutes in, you can do that and get a couple of extra souls. But honestly, like I tried that. That's what I have been doing, and I felt like it wasn't even really helping. Like I could have just been farming minions and getting equal amount of souls. So the level two camps spawn at 7 minutes. I think it might be best to just fight over the lane for the first 7 minutes, and then once it's 7 minutes, then you go abandon your lane and go hunt for souls and try and um get beefed up as fast as possible because that's really what it's all about. Like you can't actually really do much in the early game. And the other thing I've noticed is just how much of the game is about positioning on the map and how much like being able to turn engagements into like a 1v2 or I mean sorry like a you know what I'm saying, right? Like being able to have more guys on a lane is like really really important. Um so there's a lot going on in this game. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of information to learn. So I'm gonna go watch some YouTube videos about that and like try and memorize as much as I can, I guess. Okay, Deadlock Day 3. Today I streamed a bunch of it. Um, Played a bunch of games against real people. Real people games. You can see how bad I am on screen right now. This is from my stream where I was playing Abrams. The game loves forcing me to play Abrams for some reason, but I don't even mind it because at this point, this is the thing. The game just decided to turn me into an Abrams guy. Like I didn't particularly like Abrams, right? Like it wasn't my first choice of hero that I tried out. Um, Although you can see I'm about to fuck him up. Apparently not. And I jumped directly into that for no reason. He's chasing me. I could have got the kill there, but this is the correct course of action, I believe. Anyway, I didn't particularly want to play Abrams, but it was one of the three characters that I knew the moveset for, and for some reason, and you have to pick three, and the game kept putting me on Abrams. So now I'm like, I've put in way more time on Abrams than any other character. So I'm most confident on Abrams now, even though it wasn't my first choice of character at all. But anyway, this is what Deadlock looks like if you've never seen the game before. And something you'll notice, especially when I push, when I go a little later in this recording. Oh wait, this is another game. I don't. Did I leave the? I think I left this game because one of our team disconnected. So that's the first thing that I want to mention. Every single game of Deadlock I've played today, someone left at some point, either on my team or on the enemy team. Every single game, someone left early on, which makes the game fucking suck because it's 6v6. If you lose one guy, you're basically guaranteed to lose the game. Uh, and every single game, someone left, which is just fucking insane. It's insane. It should not happen. You should get banned if you leave the fucking game. Uh, Now, you can just abandon the match. You'll see if you look up here in the corner. If one person leaves, this message pops up that says you're allowed to abandon the game without a penalty. You don't have to. The game doesn't force you to play through a game if someone's lost, which is good, which is nice. But it's also really fucking annoying because someone leaves like 5 minutes. You work really hard and you don't even get to play. I don't know, whatever. It's really annoying. The fact that people keep leaving is really, really annoying. I don't know what you can do about that. There should be harsher penalties, I guess, um, for leaving mid game. Like this game has a pause button. It's a multiplayer game with a pause button. You have no excuse for leaving mid game. It's actually fucking insane. Are you just rage quitting or like what? I don't understand. Um, so that's the first thing. Like that's something that is just insane and needs to be fixed. But actually, that was a good frame. I skipped forwards. I think I left this game because we were one player down. Um, and there's just no reason to keep playing in that situation. Uh, let me try and find a better part of the game. I want to demonstrate. I just want to demonstrate something. Oh, we won this one. I believe we won this one. Oh no, I die here. I think. Yeah, I die to this guy. Something I don't know. Um, but something I've noticed is that I feel like the game is really. It can at some points become really visually unclear. Like if you look right now, all of the stuff on my screen, like there's so many lights, you know? You got souls flying up over here, there's red, like ring around me, enemies, particle effects. There's so much shit on screen at any time, so many fucking flashing lights. Like, do you know what I mean? It can become really hard to read. Mix that with the fact that this guy's hiding in a dark corner, and then the like third person camera starts to like if I when you get in that corner and like turn around because the space is so small, you get kind of fucked, I guess. Uh, I think we win here. Yeah. The point is that wasn't a great demonstration of how bad it can get, but sometimes when you're in a big team fight, uh, the visual clarity in this game can be really really bad. I think that's the main problem with the game from an actual game design standpoint. I think there's just too many glowy colored lights. It's like Overwatch. Like it just becomes hard to read at a glance. Like not everything has to be a glowy colored light, you know? Glowy colored lights aren't actually the easiest thing to read. I don't know why game devs have decided that anything important should be a glowy colored light. Like only the most important things should be glowy colored lights. Only like TF2. TF2 has the perfect visual design pretty much. Like only Uber is and crits. Only Uber and crits are glowy colored lights. Nothing else is a glowy colored light. Except maybe like Battalion's backup. That's the only other thing I can think of. There's like three things. And all of them are super, super important. Like the most important things in the game. Everything else is not a glowy colored light. And it doesn't fucking get in your way and distract you. as you can see, I suck at deadlock. That's the most important thing to take away from today. I'm really quite bad at the game. Um, I'm not the worst of anyone that I've played with, but I am really quite bad. And I'm bad from beginning to end. I'm bad at the first laning phase, which then snowballs into me being bad at every other phase. But I'm less bad at the later phases, I think. Or really, like, if I got better at laning, I would then be better at everything because I would have more souls early on to upgrade, and I would be ahead of my. I'd be ahead, and it'd be good. Uh, so in terms of the game itself and how I find it, I think after 10 hours, I think I have in the game now, uh, should be decent enough time for me to have formed like some sort of basic opinion about the actual gameplay. There's a couple of things. I think it's hard to separate like what is just hard, like what is just stuff I don't understand because I'm a noob, versus stuff that is like actually bad. Like here I'm gonna die for no fucking reason. There was no reason to die there. Um, but anyway, I'm gonna stop playing that because it's distracting me. The point is, like for example, I find the initial laning phase like really really difficult to. I just find farming in general throughout the whole game really really hard. Like look how low on souls. I'm like the lowest on our team in souls at the beginning. I don't really know why. Like I feel like I'm being as efficient as I like I'm trying, you know. But there's like three different things you could be doing at any given time. Well, actually, there's more, but you could either be trying to kill the other guys. I think they're called creeps. Trying to kill the other guy's creeps. That's number one. Number two is trying to fight the other guy to make him back up and stop killing your creeps. There's number three, which is you could be backing up yourself because the other guy is too close and is in danger of fighting you or is currently fighting. So you could be backing up yourself, or you could be denying by like shooting the souls out of the other guy's creeps. And then when it comes to killing creeps yourself, you can be shooting them or you can be meleeing them. Like there's just so much stuff, and it's like I just haven't figured out what's the most efficient, and the game doesn't make any effort to tell you. Like, and because I don't know, because the game's so new, there's no guides or anything that I find particularly useful, at least. So I don't really know. That's just something I struggle with. I really think, and I also think that section of the game is just kind of boring. Like the beginning bit where you're doing all of that. Like it's kind of a lot of stuff going on, but what you're actually doing is really boring. Like you're mostly just shooting sort of static NPCs who aren't really moving and are like take kind of a while to. I don't know, it's like their whole initial like the first maybe 10 minutes of each game is just kind of boring, and then it also kind of determines the entire rest of the game. Like it's pretty hard to come back if you had a fucked up start. Uh so I think like everything I need to focus on is just getting really really good at that starting 10 minutes or so of each game. If I'm just cracked at that segment, I'm going to be cracked at everything. But something else I want to note about Deadlock is it's definitely a rage bait game. As in, I never got really mad while playing the game, just because I'm too bad to even get mad, right? Like I don't even understand what I'm doing wrong. I can't even get mad. Um, but I can 100% see this being like a rage requeuing machine. Like you fucking lose a game, you insta rage requeue. You just do that for hours. You win a game, you insta requeue off the high of winning. Like I could just imagine doing it for. It'd be so fucking devastating for my mental. It would be the worst thing to ever do to myself. It would be like giving myself brain damage on purpose. It would be so bad. But part of me kind of wants to do it. Like I need to be very careful basically that I don't become that guy. Like I can see exactly how people get addicted to League of Legends and shit like that. Like there's just something about the game that you just want to requeue. It's kind of like Dust Bowl in TF2 because like the thing about Dust Bowl and why you can just play Dust Bowl all day is that there's three stages to Dust Bowl, and then you switch sides. So it's like even though you're playing the same game, doing the same thing all day, like it has like a flow and a rhythm to it in such a way that it tricks your brain into thinking you're doing something different. I don't know. It's fucking wild. Uh, but I don't know. I just want to be like kind of half decent at the game. Like I do want to improve. I just want to kind of get to a point where I feel like I understand what's going on and I'm not making the super beginner noob mistakes like I've been making in that video that you just saw. Um, so yeah, I think that'll take me a few days of practice. Um, and then once I get over that, then I can actually start playing. Like I feel like I'll be able to start playing the game for real, you know. Like and then because when it's your first time playing any game, you improve super fast. So this is the most fun I've already accepted this is the most fun I'm going to have playing Deadlock, and I have to remember that. Like this is the most fun it's ever gonna be. Is the first initial learning stage where you're improving really fast, newbie gains, right? Like noob gains. This is the most fun I'll have. After that, then I get to see if the game's actually good. Once I've figured out how to play, after a few more days of or maybe a few weeks, then I get to decide if it's actually good. The thing is, I also question myself, why am I playing Deadlock? Like, why am I playing a MOBA? Why am I playing this MOBA out of any of the MOBA? Because it's too late to get into any other MOBA because everyone is already too good, right? This MOBA is not too late, but because it's a new game. So it's like good time to get into it. Is to sort of to get ahead of the competition. Everyone's relatively new. Um, so that makes sense. Like that's not terrible logic, right? Like it's a good time to get into this game because it's new, because it's too late to get into any of the other similar games. But I've never considered until Deadlock getting into a MOBA. Like at no point have I thought I want to play League or I want to play Dota. At no point in my life have I ever thought that. So it's a bit of a strange out of character decision to just to want to play Deadlock. I also think the Deadlock isn't that good. Like, I just want to clarify. Like, I don't think Deadlock is better than Team Fortress 2, for example. I think Team Fortress 2 is much better than game than Deadlock. For my personal preferences, I think the skill expression in TF2 is just on another level. The sort of stuff that I enjoy doing is just better in TF2. I think the more casual atmosphere in TF2 is better. Like being able to have little fun and human interactions with other people is something that you really no other game offers. Maybe like Minecraft or has something so, but I really think TF2 is like the only game that's kind of like that, where there's friendlies and I don't know, there's just funny voice commands, like that sort of thing. You're obviously never going to get that in a game that isn't TF2, and I think that's something that really adds to the overall soul of the game that you can't find anywhere else. But there's also so much other stuff in TF2 that like you just I just don't think you'll ever find in any other game that's as fun. Like I've been playing a lot of Spy recently, and yeah, trick stabs. But also I've just been kind of that's another thing. So recently I've been trying to eat less. Like I've been eating just generally fewer calories. And one thing that does to me is it just makes me like kind of I don't know if I'm actually in a calorie deficit or if I'm not tracking my calories. Um, so I don't really know, but I've just been eating less. Like that's all I'm trying to do is just generally speaking eat less. I'm not trying to be like track my macros or track my calorie count or anything like that. I'm just pure portion control, just in general. Just like, hey, eat less food. Um and one thing it does to me is it just makes me kind of anhedonic. Like it just kind of saps me of dopamine. But then the other thing is to compensate for the fact that I've been eating less, I've been consuming a lot more caffeine and nicotine. And that just kind of it obviously kind of makes me feel like shit towards the end of the day when I'm like crashing from caffeine. Um, but I'm also wondering like if deadlock is probably not even that fun when you're not super caffeinated. But it also means that like a lot of stuff in TF2 isn't that fun because nothing's really fun because I'm just kind of hungry, you know. Uh, So I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm kind of curious how my life goes from here. Do I become a deadlock player? Do I quit the game and never touch it again? Because it's kind of bad. Uh, like, there's a lot of bullshit in the game. There's also a lot of stuff where having team coordination to the point where, like, having. It would be really good if I had a friend in EU who played Deadlock. I think I would enjoy the game infinitely more if I could queue with someone who and be in a Discord call with them. Because there's stuff where like you can combo like ults or abilities, right? Like one person stun locks, the other person ults. Like that, it is like the best. Like you can't really beat that. Right? It's basically just free money, free kill. Um, and that sort of thing is just I don't really know how you coordinate that on the fly without being in a Discord call with someone and being like, okay, in three, two, one, we're gonna do this. You know. Now, obviously, there is voice chat in Deadlock, so maybe if I had like a higher rating in the game, that sort of thing would be happening. I don't really know. Uh, we'll have to just see. We'll have to just see. Because there is a lot of bullshit in Deadlock. Like, um, something I've seen on like the disc, like people in the Deadlock community talking. People have been making me like sort of semi half joking things where like the way they've decided to balance Deadlock is just to make every character unfair, which is true. Like every single character has some ability that, if you use it correctly, there's not really that much of a counter to it. Like you can just sort of die out of nowhere without anything you can do about it. Um, and like it's kind of a joke, but it's also true that it's balanced because every character can do that. So it's like, yeah, you get to also like kill people in bullshit ways that they can't do anything about. Uh, and I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I fucking feel about that. That's kind of annoying. Uh, I imagine it would be really annoying if I was invested in the game and understood what was happening on my screen better. So yeah, I've also not been watching much anime because I've just been playing video games. In large part because I was watching a bunch of anime because it's really comfy to watch anime on my ThinkPad X220 in my bed. But now Dotsmite is here, and Dotsmite and I have very opposite sleep schedules. Like, um, I'm awake when they're asleep most of the time, and vice versa. And so, I'm not gonna be, in the room when Dotsmite is asleep in this bed. So I'm on the desktop in the other room so as not to wake them up. And when I'm on the desktop, I'm just constantly Steam is right there, and I'm just like I may as well play some video games. It's not even like it's not even just that. It's like that screen. Like I have like a big triple monitor setup, and like the screen's too bright and it's too big and it's too HD, and the chair is like not that comfy. It's like I don't really want to sit there and watch a marathon 12 episodes in that environment. It's just not really conducive to it. Um, so yeah, kind of been watching less anime. So today I watched this newest Cory Doctorow DEF CON talk. Disenshittify or Die: How Hackers Can Seize the Means of Computation, which I think is very interesting and kind of it's kind of an unusual. I guess it's not that unusual. It's unusual in its usualness. The majority of the video, 50-minute long talk, the majority of it is just saying things that everyone in the room would have already known, right? Probably because they heard it from this guy. But this is a room full of DEF CON attendees. They all understand the problems with the tech industry fairly well. Maybe they don't understand regulatory capture, but I feel like they probably would. Um, I find Cory Doctorow pretty interesting as a guy. because he well, actually, this is what I wanted to say. Is this the title? What was interesting to me? The title of the talk is "Disenshittify or Die: How Hackers Can Seize the Means of Computation." Um, which is interesting because he doesn't know what this second part, how hackers, that never happens in the talk. What he actually does is he basically is like, yeah, you can like write to your representative. Like that's his like end solution. And I kind of like his approach because what his whole thing is like the shit. All these tech companies go to shit, and that's bad, right? And his thing is like it's not because the tech CEOs are greedy. That's a typical, very normie take. But it's also not anything unique to tech, and I think this is where the Cory Doctorow's message is important, is that he takes a policy minded and economics minded approach to what these problems are. And what, like, really, we just have a problem whereby we have the US and actually a lot of countries across the world, South Korea, Japan, EU, UK, have stopped regulating monopolies. Like, even though we have anti-monopolies on the laws still on the books in lots of countries, um, we've stopped actually enforcing them, and that's why this sort of thing has happened. And that the best way to fix the internet, um, you got kind of a blurry thing going on, so I can fix that. Is to basically have the government break up these big monopolies and so on. Because in the older internet, when MySpace was dog shit, there was a competitor, and you could move to Facebook, right? Or whatever the case may have been, right? For many different platforms. But now the platforms are so monopolistic that they don't have any competition, and so even if you don't like it, and even if the network effect isn't at play, there simply is no other alternative for those platforms, and so you're forced to stay, and so the platforms can be as shit as they want. It used to be that once the platforms made themselves bad enough, people would leave. Now, here's why I'm skeptical of this point. I mean, I have a bigger problem with Cory Doctorow, but sorry, um, I'm skeptical of this point because of Twitter. I think Twitter is the best example of how this is incorrect. Because Twitter, since Musk's takeover, has become utter dog shit. It's become so bad at this point that, like, I don't even really, I have talked before about how I'm a bit of a Twitter addict, and I don't even really use Twitter anymore. Like, it's just become, it, sorry, it's just become like unusably bad. I don't know what it is about the site, but I noticed the shift happen like last week, like end of last week. Something shifted in the way people are using Twitter, or they changed the algorithm. I don't know what it is, but something about it shifted, and now I just see through the matrix. And yeah, the site has just gone to shit so bad that it's not even like the only thing that is in any way interesting about Twitter now is Japanese artists. um, so even, the site has gotten so bad that even I have stopped using it. Um, but the site has been bad for a while. It was previously bad in a way where it's kind of like slop, but enjoyable slop. You'd see people as insane takes, and that would be funny. But now you see people's insane takes, and they're not even really funny. They're just kind of boring because it's sort of accelerated to the point of you had this race to the bottom of rage bait once they tried to monetize Twitter. It went badly, okay? You guys, this isn't about that. What I'm trying to say is Twitter has had alternatives for a long time, completely viable alternatives. Twitter has had the Fediverse, Mastodon, for ages, and while some people have jumped ship to Mastodon, the vast majority of the user base did not. And now there is Threads and Blue Sky, which are, you know, they have some degree of user base, but again, just having a competitor that has less enshittification has not actually solved the problem. Um, you know, and not even one competitor, but three competitors for any variety of person, whether you are like a tech-minded privacy guy and you want to go to um, Mastodon, whether you are a normie and you want to go to Threads, or whether you are, your main. I don't know what sort of people use Blue Sky, like Twitter leftists, but like a very particular brand of Twitter left, like liberal communists, Zizek would call them, I guess. Uh, those guys, they go to Blue Sky. Um, but the majority of the user base who just want to see funny stuff, they stay on Twitter, which I think is pretty interesting. And it kind of, it's kind of interesting. I don't know. It kind of seems to disprove a lot of this guy's arguments. Because unlike the other social media platforms, the big ones, right? Like Facebook is a bad business. Like no one wants to use Facebook anymore. No young people are on Facebook. So like if someone made a Facebook alternative, no one would use it because no one is using Facebook as is. But the other big platforms like Spotify, YouTube, Amazon, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Other than Twitter, they all have some technical barrier. Like YouTube only exists because, like, as in they all have a lot of infrastructure, right? Like it takes a lot of infrastructure to host that many images on Instagram, to host that many videos on Instagram Reels, to host that many videos on TikTok, to host that many videos on YouTube, to host that many products and warehouses and all of the transportation infrastructure that Amazon has, to host all of that music on Spotify and have it streamed in high quality. You know, all of this stuff is really, really difficult logistically or expensive, high upfronts. Whereas Twitter is not. It's mostly text, right? It's mostly short text posts, and it's the easiest one to make a competitor to viably, which is why there are so many. And there's, Twitter is such a simple format that even Gemini, which is a alternative internet protocol that doesn't support like anything complicated that you're used to on the web, like it's much more basic. You can't have like even images. There's no equivalent to JavaScript or anything. Like even there's the Gemini equivalent of Twitter. Um, you know, because the idea behind Twitter is so basic and simple. I mean, Twitter was originally meant to be used on dumb phones through a text, like purely texting, as in SMS interface. So it's like a really basic technology that doesn't require all of this upfront infrastructure costs. So that's the reason why Twitter has a bunch of clones that other websites don't. But nonetheless, it's all like happening. The main vibe is on Twitter rather than on all of these other places. And I don't think it can just be explained by the network effect. I'm not sure what it can be explained by. But I think that what it does prove is that Cory Doctorow's thesis about how once there is viable alternatives, once the monopolies are broken up, people will leave the shit platforms is incorrect. People have not left Twitter. The people who were going to leave Twitter left immediately, and that was a very small portion of the user base. Or people haven't migrated from Twitter. That's what I'm trying to say. Like me, now that I don't use Twitter very often anymore, I don't I haven't replaced it with anything. I just stopped using anything like that, right? Like that's the sort of thing that happens, and that doesn't require you to have a corporate breakup of. Do you know what I'm saying? Uh, now, I'm not saying that those regulations to break up monopolies aren't good. They're obviously good, um, but I think a more important thing to fix would be the W3C's fucking bullshit what are they called? Like documentation. What's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Specifications for the web. That's what really needs to be fixed. Is someone needs to uh, completely revolutionize. We need a revolution in the W3C, and I agree that you know, like one thing that Cory Doctorow uh, sort of shells for is this idea of like a universal privacy bill, right? There used to be privacy bills. Like the U.S. has the structures to produce privacy bills for new technologies. They did it with VHS, for example. The most recent, he says in this talk, the most recent privacy bill in the US was like that the press can't uh, ask video stores which VHS tapes you've rented, and that since then, there's not been any new privacy bills. But he says that like, hey, look, we used to be able to do this, we can do this again, and that one they see like that type of regulation seems pretty good. Uh, but what would be better would be an internet protocol where you can't track people in the first place. Um, you know, and I think there's like it's not that any of these propositions are bad. It's just that like how do you get to an internet protocol? Like ideally, you'd want to break up the browser monopoly, right? You'd want to stop Google from having a monopoly on all web browsers, pretty much, right? Um, which means breaking up Google, ideally. But even breaking up Google isn't going to solve that problem, as I've already said, because the web specifications are impossible to implement. They are borderline impossible to. It's like basically impossible to make a brand new web browser that actually upholds all of the insane uh, W3 consortium web specifications. Like it's just fucking ridiculous. And he never mentions anything like that. He's very opposed to talking about this stuff as if it's a technical problem. He only wants to talk about it as a regulation problem. And that's the other thing, is when it comes to regulation and economics, he will say things like seize the means of computation. And if you look, when I just searched up Cory Doctorow's name, I saw this. He was on the Adam Ruins Everything podcast. And as you can see, the title or the thumbnail says "Capitalism Ruins Everything." So he seems to have like a lot of very lefty, sort of agenda talking points, right? But when you actually start paying like a little bit closer attention to what he's saying, there's always a caveat. So, for example, the thumbnail might say capitalism ruins everything, but actually, what he's complaining about is this thing he's coined called choke point capitalism, which he wrote a book about, as you can see. Um, you know, like when he says seize the means of computation, what does he actually mean by that? He means, oh, contact your representatives, maybe join a union if you're a tech worker, and that's kind of it. Like, I'm sorry, that has fucking nothing to do with any of this. Like, he seems completely oblivious to the idea that like, to him, in the when Reagan repealed some of the antitrust laws in the US, and there were similar repealings of antitrust laws across the world in the 70s, that just kind of happened by bad luck. Like there was no real structural reason. And so if we just get those laws back, everything will go back to being good again. That's his view. That like there was this well-regulated capitalism that worked, and we just need to get that well-regulated capitalism back. But he also constantly talks about how that didn't work, right? Like he constantly talks about how the FTC tried and failed to regulate not Bell Labs, but AT&T for like 2 decades. They were fighting AT&T in the courts to try and break them up, right? For 2 decades, they were trying to break up the singular telephone company that had a monopoly, and he thinks that is the ideal situation. Like he brings that up as he whenever he brings that factoid up, he always it might have been longer than 2 decades actually. It was a really really long time. And whenever he brings that factoid up, he is always bringing it up in the context of like, see, these things take time, but we are getting there slowly but surely. You know, like we've broken up these tech companies before, and we'll do it again slowly but surely. But the thing is, firstly, telecoms is not in a good fucking situation in the US right now. After they broke up AT&T, the whole you know this if you've ever owned a phone or tried to get an ISP or any, you know what I'm saying. Like it's not in a good state. Just because there's more companies hasn't really fixed anything. I mean, it might have been worse when it was just a monopoly, but it's still not great. But secondly, it seems like a kind of a problem if every single time there's some new monopoly, it takes like 30 fucking years to actually use the laws that are on the books to break them up. That seems like some sort of more fundamental problem. But he's completely oblivious to this concept. He doesn't even think about it. Um, it's very strange. At first, I thought he was like hiding his power level. I thought he was like, he constantly uses like pseudo socialist or lefty language, but never actually like explicitly says anything, right? And he has a bunch of like he's also a fiction author, and his fiction books are also like about like he has a book I forgot what it's called, but it's about like kind of revolutionaries, against a oppressive government. So like I sort of assumed that he was just hiding his power level for some reason. But the more I've looked into this guy, the more I've realized he's not hiding his power level. He's actually just completely convinced of capitalism's greatness. If only we could solve a few of, if only, the tendency towards monopoly could just be regulated out of existence or something. That like the only real problem with capitalism is that there are too many monopolies, um, which he calls choke points for some reason. That's what choke point capitalism is, by the way. Um, but that's very, I don't know. He actually just uses this kind of language to try and draw in lefties, um, or and lend a sort of lefty tinge to what he's saying without having any actual critique of capitalism at all. Uh, which I don't know. I just find that kind of fascinating. I'm not saying necessarily that I have all the answers, or that Karl Marx has all the answers. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I found this thing about the way he uses lefty language and then always couches it so it's actually just like a Democrat talking point. Like a very slightly left of the Democrats, like social democracy type of talking. I don't know. I just find that kind of fascinating. Like if you weren't paying attention, you'd think he was a damn communist. But then when you start paying attention, you realize he's actually completely not at all. He's just like making uh, really ordinary suggestions. He has very little radical ideas. In fact, all of his ideas are extremely non-radical. They are just like, we already have these laws, we should use them. And it's sometimes hard to tell whether that's just like an optics thing or whether he actually believes that. I think he actually believes that. Um, so yeah, that's Cory Doctorow. I think he's obviously smart. He's obviously well read. He obviously knows what he's talking about, and I don't think that watching some of his talks or reading his books is going to give you a bad idea of what's going on. I think it will give you a good idea of what's going on. And I think that his ideas about regulation are probably, you know, they'd probably help. I don't think that they would be harmful. However, I don't think that they go nearly far enough. Like, he wants to sort of. So, like, in this talk, he actually says something that I really thought was, like, pretty comically bad. I think this is one of the times when he actually exposed himself as, like, a true lib capitalist. Is that he said that, like, once you've broken up a monopoly, and now there are, like, instead of, like, two companies, there are, like, 10 companies, that they're all so busy trying to undercut each other that they can't organize an agenda in order to um, God, my brain is just not on today. What's the word? Bribe the government. What do they call that? Fuck, my brain is just turned off. Um, you know what I'm talking about. The lobbying, that one. They can't pull up a lobbying agenda because they're too busy trying to undercut each other. And that just doesn't seem true in my experience. They Because these lobbying agendas would benefit every like these sorts of lobbying cartels exist everywhere, and they've existed for a long ass time, even without monopolies or duopolies or whatever. Even when it's an industry with a decent amount of competition, lobbying, cartels, and coercion happen all the fucking time. Uh, rather than just like whenever one company gets big enough that you have to break, like, what if there was some way to prevent these companies from getting that monopolistic power in the first place? He has no interest in talking about any of that. He has no interest in the idea that, like, maybe corporate lobbying is bad. He has zero interest in that. He's just like, it's a fact of life that we have to do. I don't know. It's very strange. This guy's just kind of bizarre guy who, like, I'm not saying he has to be a leftist. I want to make this clear. What I find fascinating is his use of like lefty language when he's not, right? That's what I find interesting. Um, like, he tries to signal, which I don't know, like, it's such a weird thing to do because it's not like leftism is actually popular, right? Like, there's no communists in the world. There's like two of us, right? So it's like a weird thing to signal. I don't know what his like goal here is. It's a bit confusing. So I played another game of Deadlock just now, and frankly, I don't think I want to play this game anymore. Um, I don't know. It's just not that fun. I think I've started to understand the core gameplay loop, and I just don't really find it that fun. I don't know. Even though I did like decent in that game, we lost, but I was like middle of the road in my team. Um, I don't know. It's just kind of it's just kind of not that fun. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the core gameplay loop is just kind of farming, you know? Like, there's not really. I'm like, once you get into an engagement, it just becomes a game. Like, it's not really fair. You can't really win a fight through skill. You win a fight through having had skill earlier in the game when you were farming better, and therefore you're better leveled, you know? Uh, like, having better aim and better tactics and combos will help, but ultimately, if you didn't farm efficiently, you're going to lose every fight, right? If you lost your lane really bad, you're basically fucked from there. And I didn't, not to say that I did. I didn't lose my lane really bad. I lost my lane, but barely. It was like really close, right? In the game that I just played. Um, so like, I wasn't that far behind on souls. Um, against my opponent in my lane, but there were other people in other lanes who were super far ahead on souls. Because that's the other thing. I'm realizing just how dependent you are on your teammates. Like, that kind of sucks, you know. Like, you just get paired with someone who's, you know, does like me, who doesn't really know what they're doing, and just kind of ruins the game for you. Because it's like, okay, even if you did really well against your opponent in your lane, someone else that is bad at denying their guy, and then, later in the game, there's gonna be some super overpowered guy running around fucking ruining everything, and there's nothing you could really do about that, you know? And that kind of doesn't seem very fun to me. Uh, like, the big team fights, or the big fights, I don't know, it's so easy to just not understand what's happening, or to sort of like just get countered, you know? Like, some characters just aren't, like, matchups are just not even, right? And that's the same in TF2. It's the same in lots of games with classes, right? But it's harder to avoid fights. Like in TF2, if you're playing Pyro and you see a heavy, you're probably not going to be able to kill that heavy. Like 99% of the time, you're not going to be able to kill that heavy. But that's fine, because there's 50 other players on the map, and you can always be playing the objective and doing other stuff. Right? It doesn't seem like that's so much of an option on Deadlock. Right? In Deadlock, if your ult is not as good as your opponent's ult for a number of reasons, you're just gonna lose that fight. Or if it's just like a bad matchup against that particular, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm just playing the game wrong or something, which is very possible. But then again, like, then that also adds to it, like, okay, if I'm playing the game wrong, and I understand that the game's in alpha, but I feel like it would be nice if I had some instruction on how to play the game correctly. Like, if the game gave me some feedback on what I did wrong, that would be nice. Um, But finally, the other thing is, I feel like I'd probably enjoy Deadlock a lot more if I had a friend to play it with. Again, because your teammates are so important, and teamwork is so important, coordination is so important. I feel like if I had just one other person who I could queue with, the game would be so much better. But I don't really have that. I don't know if I even want to go around asking people I know if they want to play with me, because it's kind of a weird fucking game, you know. I'm also ruined by the fact that my sleep cycle is nocturnal right now, so even if I did have EU people who wanted to play with me, they wouldn't be awake at the times when I'm awake. Uh, so yeah, I don't think I'm. I think after like what 11 hours of playing Deadlock, I'm not so sure it's for me. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying I don't know. I feel like I prefer games where you can win interactions through skill, like in the moment, rather than through having had skill earlier in the game and now you're more powerful. Do you know what I mean? Like that's it's kind of annoying because it kind of feels like if you fuck up early on, you just make a mistake, then and I think this is what people like about MOBAs is like one small mistake, one overextend at the beginning of the game can spiral into a complete different outcome, right? I think that's something people like, but personally, I don't like it. Like I think you shouldn't be trapped in a game for half an hour and it's like if you fuck up once right at the beginning, you're just fucked. You know, like and again, as I've mentioned a bunch of times, the beginning, which is the worst part of the game, the most boring part of the game, where you're super underpowered and you can't do anything. Um, and like what's meant by fuck up is fuck up farming, which is like kind of I don't know, farming is it could be fun. Like I can imagine Deadlock would be fun to play kind of brainlessly, right? Like it would be fun to just sort of not pay any attention and not take it seriously and just sort of play while you're in a Discord call or something because farming low guys is like a brainless activity, right? The problem is that you can't really play it brainlessly because there's also there's too much shit to juggle, you know. And maybe like if you played the game so much and or you were really familiar with MOBAs, like the shit to juggle would just become automatic, right? Like you wouldn't even have to think about it consciously. But it's like, do you really want to put in the time to do that? I don't know, man. So there you go. That's my take on Deadlock. I don't know. I don't think the game's bad. I think there's a lot of stuff to like about it. But there's also a lot of, and I also think something that the movement in Deadlock is pretty good. That's something I want to say. I was messing around offline, just learning some of the more like slightly more advanced movement tricks. Like, did you know this game has a wall jump? Like, it doesn't tell you anywhere in the tutorial or anything that there's wall jumping in this game. But Deadlock actually does have like wall jumping, and it doesn't take any stamina to wall jump. So it's and you can preserve momentum with it. Like, there's a lot of like surprising amount of movement tech in the game. Uh, and having good movement will like actually win like it's really good. Like it helps you to avoid to like escape fights easily because yeah. But at the same time, like compared to the movement in TF2 or like any of the source games that don't have like dash mechanics and all of that shit, you know, like I don't know. I just feel like it's a bit more like press button to do the thing rather than like execute the thing. Does that make any sense? Like rather than something like I don't know, like if you take Pyro, right, like in TF2, Pyro can do like a detonator jump to do like a jump forwards, right? And Deadlock has you just press shift to jump forward, right? So it's like in TF2, deciding if you want to have that extra movement ability is like, okay, well, you have to first select a particular loadout and make a bunch of trade offs like to make a bunch of decisions about your personal play style, right? Secondly, every time you jump, you're trading some health for it. Thirdly, and this is what's important, actually jumping is tech. Like it requires skill, right? Like hold on, if I can put the phone, like I don't know if you guys can fucking see. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can see it, but like a detonator jump, like I can make a decision like I want to go for, higher up, right? Or I can make a decision like I want to go further forwards, or I can say like I want to jump over here and air strafe. Like there's so much nuance into how you pull off this movement thing, right? Whereas in deadlock, it's just press shift and you go. Like that's it. It's just you press shift and you do the thing, and it's the same every single time, and that's kind of boring to me. Like yeah, you can cancel it early, and you can chain it into a dash or a jump. I mean, but I don't know. It's kind of boring. It's like the movement is just nowhere near as interesting. You know what I mean? Anyway, this segment is actually about this video, how to fix social media before it destroys democracy by Adam something. I'm really excited for this video to be absolute dog shit, and I'm gonna rag the fuck on it, because I guarantee you this guy has no idea what he's talking about. So that's what this section's actually about. Oh my god, I knew what would happen. I was like, wait, this is actually surprisingly reasonable. And then 10 minutes in, he's like, nope, you gotta put, if you want to post on a social media platform, you should have to post it. You should have to have an ID verification like you're applying for a bank. Bro, bro, oh my god. I mean, actually, here's my thing. Here's my whole thing. I actually support this. I support this because it means the social media would die. It means that only giga normies would ever go on these websites because you would just not do that, right? Like, it would be the best thing to ever happen to the internet if they did this. Social media would go back to being like. Do you remember back in the day when like being on social media was cringe? I mean, it's still kind of cringe, right? But like, um, I feel like everyone's on some form of social media now. Normally, it's either like Twitter or Discord, or YouTube. If YouTube counts, obviously, I don't know, whatever the fuck. But I feel like, okay, I don't know what the fuck I was just talking about when I said that. I think I just had a brain fart. What I'm trying to say here is there was a there was a previous time when social media was cringe for different reasons. Like now, like Twitter users are cringe because they are like chronically online, whatever the fuck, right? But before it was like, oh, social media users are normies who don't you go on the real internet, right? Um, that's the change that's happened. So this would revert. This would just revert back to normies, and I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I personally think that why the fuck are we playing Cashworks? What the fuck? Get me the fuck out of here, man. Terrible map. Anyway, uh, so this might be the best policy to ever happen on the internet. I think so. This video, what it's actually about is like you can't have a functioning democracy when everyone is plugged into like propaganda machines 24/7 that are broadcasting the wrong type of propaganda. Uh, and I mean, I just see this as a problem that has been within democracy since the very beginning. Like, why does he call this out, but he doesn't call out the press, for example? Like, why is it a problem when like Russian oligarchs pay for Twitter ads or whatever the fuck? But it's not a problem when American oligarchs control all of the major and British oligarchs, one singular Rupert Murdoch, control all of the media outlets. Like, and they both use them for propaganda. Like, why is only one a problem? I don't know. It seems like he's just identified a problem with democracy, and is just kind of or like democracy as it exists right now, whatever you want to say, and he's just calling it a problem with social media. But I'm going to finish the video. Needless to say, this ID verification thing is dumb and shouldn't exist. I don't trust these companies with my information. Okay, that was a dog shit video, man. Adam something is so fucking funny and silly sometimes. He is so weird. But anyway, the rest of the video was, I mean, basically all he cared about was that social media should have your real name. You should be forced to use your full government name and publish your tax returns on social media, uh, which is obviously dumb, and all the comments are clowning on him for it because there's so many things that is like obviously bad for. I don't think I have to go through everything that would be bad for, but that is obviously bad, right? He also said it that, but then there is some stuff after that in the video that I agree with. Like he said, all social media websites should be like really lightweight websites, like Wikipedia, with no ads, and that's true. I agree with that. Do you know that we already have those? This is what's really funny about these fucking retards is that because they don't use the internet, like they don't know about the internet. They don't know that there's plenty of that. Like that exists. I use those websites constantly. Lightweight. Hold on a minute. You mean to say that we should have free to use, lightweight, privacy respecting websites where you can just talk to other people and there's no algorithm and it's not owned by a corporation and there's no ads? Like that's a mind blowing idea. Oh, wait a minute. You've just invented what the actual fucking internet is. Like, Bo, go on. Bo's never heard of denpachan.org. First of all, I'm not. I'm like currently throwing the game because I'm talking. Hold on. Well, I threw that game because I was talking. I could have probably stopped that push. Anyway, yeah, so that's obviously really, really dumb, and Adam something is doesn't know what he's talking about, which I knew would happen, which is why I started recording, because these people never know what they're talking about. But um, there was some really funny comments under the video. Um, clowning on him. Like for example, people saying like, "Oh, so your last name is something? Can we get your tax returns, please?" That was a funny one. Like, hey, how come you don't use your full name to make your YouTube? That's pretty interesting. There were people making just reasonable points. Like, if hey, I'm like an NSFW artist on Twitter. I make a bunch. Like that's my side gig. If I had to publish my full name, I would basically be banned from employment for the rest of my life. Which is a very very good point. Like, hey, like, what if your government is prejudiced against certain groups? Like, that could be there's obviously so many counter arguments, but um, there was a really funny thing, which is I have sponsor block on my web browser, so I don't see YouTube sponsors. But apparently, that video was sponsored by a service that scrubs the internet to find out if any sites have your personal data and asks them to remove it, which is really fucking funny to have that on a sponsor where you're saying every website should have your personal data. That is just sweet. I don't know what this guy's thinking. That's such a terrible. Like, what is this guy thinking? I think we uninstall every video game on my computer. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, can't even won't even let me uninstall. Half Life. Don't know what that's about. Don't need that. Let's just put that. Okay, definitely don't need Deadlock. You can go Aim Lab. You're not even really a video game. You can go. Uh, these are visual novels, so I can keep those. Vampire Survivors is a single player game, so I'll allow that. But nothing. Rats. You can go. Counter Strike. Don't even know why I have that installed. You can go. Warfork. You can go. Just don't really need to play video games anymore. I feel like my life would be improved with less video games. Uh, yeah, there's enough games. There's enough games. Don't really need games. The best thing that could happen to me would be I don't like using this computer. But I don't really like being in this room. What I need to do is synchronize with Dotesmite. So the Dotesmite is on this computer during the time when I'm awake. And I'll just be chilling, you know, on my ThinkPad, hanging out, doing cool stuff, and everything will be dope. So, I don't know. I guess I'll try and stay awake today. Damn, this video's like 5 hours long. What the fuck? Well, that's the end of this video. I feel like that's long enough. I kind of wanted it to be the satisfying conclusion would be when I finished everything in my currently watching, but that's way too much anime to get through in one video. So you'll have to see in the next one. Um, when I finish all of the anime in my currently watching. But we did have a good arc, which was I started playing Deadlock, and then I uninstalled every video game on my computer because video games are bad. They're not really fun. They stopped being fun at some point. This just happens to me from time to time, and I just have to quit video games for a few months and then reset my mental, which is fine. Maybe I'll never start video games again. Maybe I'll throw this computer away so I'm never tempted. So Jesus Christ can never, no, Jesus Christ to stay with Jesus. The devil can never tempt me. The devil can never tempt me with video games. The devil is Valve, because for some reason I decided to only play video games made by the studio Valve, which is a very strange decision I made at some point in my life. But well, anyway, thanks for watching.